What this represents?
Tell us, sir.
Maybe it's the calm because
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary.
Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them.
The country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
We already
president.
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trend.
And for the international order that we have worked for generations to build. Ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. An order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning. Because today, we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another, or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
So I have a lot of enemies out there. This may be the last time you'll see me for a while. A lot of very, very rich enemies, but they are not happy with what I'm doing. But I figure we have one chance to do it, and no other president's going to do what I do.
And until they release the flight logs, you, the mainstream media, Hollywood, are all pedophiles to me.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. And welcome to the Decoders Den. Treachery, ladies and gentlemen. Treachery is at foot. President Trump knows what's going on. In fact, he's got them all where he needs them. Close. Remember this. Friends close, enemies closer. Treachery, ladies and gentlemen, it is everywhere. In other words, President Trump is ripping down that black curtain and he's showing you who the Wizard of Oz is. Now, like I said, I've got a huge show for you. I'm going to blow your minds today, ladies and gentlemen. So those that are watching this show today, it's a worldwide exclusive. Now, you know, when I bring on something, I've got all the facts, evidence, and receipts at hand. The thing is, what you've got to remember at the heart of treachery is control, division, and duality. Let's talk about that. As you know, right at the heart of Freemasonry is the black and white checkerboard, okay, which represents control, division, and duality. When you've got people divided, they're easily controlled. Black and white, that's what the checkerboard represents. Also, the black and white checkerboard represents the skin color. Creating a division, ladies and gentlemen, a clear division. The good and evil that they use, the illusion of good and evil, religion, keeping people divided. See, you see what I mean? The Islam is bad. Christianity is good. Judaism is good. Islam is bad. Do you see what I mean? Good and evil. Then you got the hero and the villain. The illusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's nothing but an illusion. Oh, see, Bibi's a hero. Bibi, we went out there and he got rid of bad Hamas. I'll tell you, we know who Hamas is. It's their little manifestation. The Mossad. Oh, don't you worry, we're going to go into that as well. And the villain is the Palestinian people, or, the Hamas. So basically they create the hero and the villain. We know that the villain is basically an excuse to go in there, like I said about Hamas, Hamza, because that's what it is, anagram, satanic deception, right? So they created the villain and Hezbollah and Houthis and ISIS and, don't you worry, and then it gives them an excuse to go in there and bomb the living crap out of them, to go into an extent. Remember, what is the purpose of the state of Israel, the Zionists over there? To create the greater Israel. The other thing is sun and moon worshipping, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sun and moon worshipping. So, in other words, the sun, you will see the sun worshipping taking place in the Vatican. Oh, yeah, we had a bit of a laugh with the Vatican just recently. You saw that somebody decided to take a piss, right? Right at the altar of St. Peter. And let me tell you something. I've got that video anyway. But let me tell you something. That would not happen in, shall we say, Swiss Guard, ready to pounce. They're all over the place. There's no way in hell that would allow that to happen. So what I'm saying is this is definitely a wider production, wider controlled. Sun worshipping in the Vatican, you could see it. All the sun depictions, they worship the sun. The cross is the ancient symbol of the sun. The moon worshipping is the opposite. It is the Islamic symbol. When you go on and you see the mosque, on top of the mosque, they've got the moon symbol. Right? Left and right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. That's something that goes back to the days of Egypt. Right? So look at this right here. Everything has got to do with duality. And then also, remember, Freemasonry, right at the heart of it, is the links to Egypt, ancient Egypt. I mean, haven't you seen obelisks, in the obelisk over in D.C.? That's not very American, is it? No, it comes from ancient Egypt. All right, just like the other obelisk that is basically at the Vatican and the other obelisk at the City of London. Nothing to do with, as I said, America at all. And it all ties back to Freemasonry, just like this one right here, the Eye of Ra. The Eye of Ra is basically, as I said, the sun. The sun, sun worshipping. Sun worshipping. You've seen that depicted in the Vatican, all over the place, right? And also in basically right there on the left, you got the moon worshipping. Islam. Do you see what I mean? Christianity, Eye of Ra also the all-seeing eye, depicted on the American dollar. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, and in the middle is the Anki, which is the symbol of everlasting life, right in the middle, in the shape of a cross. People think that, there you go, the ancient symbol again. So think about it from this perspective. Duality. Rich and poor. This is all based on that system. Because when you've got duality, you're able to divide people into category, into two areas, divided, controlled, rich and poor. Another system. We know that's the case, and it all goes back to the pyramids. Remember, the pyramid, the ones up the top are the ones that are rich. The ones on the bottom are the ones that are poor. Left and right affiliation. Left and right. The illusion of left and right. And remember, in the ancient Egypt, they also had the picture of the phoenix, left and right wing spread out like that, or the eagle, left and right, but it's the beast in the middle that controls everything. Left and right is another illusion, a dividing people, controlling, and it's all to do with duality again. The red and blue, which party? Right? So you got the red and blue, right there. It's all about control. Control, division. The Axis and the Allies. World War I. What does President Trump talk about World War I and World War II? We're going to go into this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you that they all work with each other. And I'm going to break these illusions down. People think the left and the right are different. No, they're all working together. And the Axis and the Allies, that is basically the goodies and the baddies. Remember in the war, that they did? No, it was the beast in the middle, the one that was funding both sides of the equation. The puppet master, there's always the puppet master in the middle. That's part of their satanic ideology. That's what they do. There's always keeping people in control. And when you're in control, when they can control and division, when they're divided, that's also depicted on the black and white Freemasonry checkerboard. And I've spoken about that quite a few times. Now, anagrams is part of satanic deception as well. So, satanic ideology is deception, various guises, symbolism, and anagrams. That's how they operate. So, for example, we got this one here. Satan Yahoo, playing the game. In other words, you could see right there up the top, we see the word Hamza. There's one of their flags, the Hamza flags. However, it's an anagram. It's a deception, satanic ideology, and you rearrange the words and you got Hamas. Have a look at this. 6 points, 6 triangles, and 6 sides. Therefore, giving you the 666 satanic ideology. Don't you find it strange that their enemies happen to have HHH? Do you find it strange? I find it quite strange. Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. That's all from them. They've all created these entities for a reason. So they can, and they all work together. This is the Middle East, right? So the Middle East, think about this. The Middle East, okay, you got Jordan, you've got Saudi Arabia, you've got all these entities there. And people think that they're basically different, divided, all that. No, you couldn't be more mistaken. That's part of the satanic deception. So what they're doing is basically creating division, because division, ladies and gentlemen, is what gives them control. The black and white skin, remember, here's this and here's that. The religion, remember, Islam, they're bad, Christianity good, Judaism good, Islam evil. Do you see what I mean? It's about dividing. And then, think about this. Why did they, in 1917, they created the Balfour Agreement. That was done by Lord Rothschild. We know that was the case. That's all factual. I've shown you that many times before. Now, what did they do? They've been committing a Holocaust. Now, these people have been, and I've got the utmost respect for people, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't take it as an attack on people. No. This is an attack on those entities right up the top that play the people for a bunch of fools. That's who I'm going after. And these entities have been, remember, their own people in Israel. They've been using them as human shields to basically shield all their military assets. Now, why did, when, say, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, the moment they mentioned Bibi Netanyahu's name, they all booed him. Hundreds of thousands of people. Why? Because they know what he's all about. Now, President Trump has been exposing that entity over there. He literally has. And he's also exposing those that are connected. And connected to, shall we say, these entities like, remember, ISIS. People think of these ISIS being Muslim, radical Muslims, all that sort of stuff, Islam. You couldn't be, shall we say, that much more wrong. In fact, ISIS, ladies and gentlemen, is not what you think it is. ISIS is, well, ISIS, ladies and gentlemen, is their creation. And when I mean their creation, I'm talking about the Mossad right there. It's their deception. Remember, the way they operate, division, they're all in the same club. The Middle East, Jordan, all these Middle Eastern countries, Turkey, all of them are in the same club. Now ask yourself this question. Why all of a sudden are they jumping up and down? Why weren't they jumping up and down before? When these atrocities have been being committed since 1948. They created ghettos, ladies and gentlemen, just like the Nazis did. I know, I'm going to show you, I'm going to break that barrier. I'm going to show you things that are going to blow your minds. Because they've been committing the same thing. Who are the Nazis, ladies and gentlemen? Ashkenazi. Then that's why they call them Ashkenazi. Take out what's the word Nazi got to do with being Jewish? That's the illusion. And who happens to be an Ashkenazi? Rothschilds. And who was the one funding both sides of the coin? The Rothschilds again. From Switzerland, that happens to be a place of neutrality. Now think about this. Banking capital, as said in Scripture, Satan's seat is right there. The place where Saint Antipas was martyred, right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So in other words, you got Satan's seat. Satan is an ideology. And remember, who follows those ideology? These evil, demonic pieces of shit, right? Like the Rothschilds. And they, remember, the banking, right there, what have we got? Swiss accounts. They all operate from there. He was bankrolling. Remember, think about this. Hitler happened to be the bastard grandson of the Rothschilds. That's factual as well. And I've spoken about that many, many times. Hitler was a degenerate puppet. Whatever he was told to do, he did what he was told to do. That was it. The Rothschilds, ladies and gentlemen, right at the core of deception. Ashkenazi. Nazi. They created this whole deception of the left and right business. I'm going to expose it, don't you worry. And also remember, Ukraine, they're involved. The old Khazaria, right there. And it all connects up. State of Israel, why did they create it? Control, ladies and gentlemen. It's got to do, once again, with control. Because think about it. Over there, right in that little patch of land, is basically controlling over mankind in the sense of religious affiliations. Three of them, the three major religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The three meet together over there. So in other words, you want to control the world. Not only are they going after the money, because the Rothschilds got a lot of money. We know they're into the trillions. And then also, they went after religion. And then, that's why you got the Trinity. City of London, money. Religion, well, you got the capital of religion, there's the Vatican. But realistically speaking, the three religions that basically control the world is in that little patch of land known as Old Jerusalem, right there. So that, and then it's also not only that, but also strategically, you're right in the heart of the Middle East and creating destabilization. So this is what I'm saying. It's all been done by design. Now, the Mossad, ladies and gentlemen, okay, as I said, they created Hamas. They've created all these little entities. They even put the Druze in Syria so they can have an excuse to go in there and bomb Syria. Oh, we've got to go and protect the Druze. Oh, Hezbollah's in Lebanon. Let's go and bomb Lebanon. They need an excuse, ladies and gentlemen. It's part of their art of deception. Hamas is another one to basically, they had it since 1948 to get rid of the Palestinians. They try to whitewash them. Then they try to gaslight the people through the churches, ladies and gentlemen, through the churches, because they own it all. And then they own also, remember, Congress. Look at AIPAC. But then also you got different depictions, different manifestations worldwide. That's why Q says leaving Israel for last, because a lot of it ties to there. Now think about this. ISIS. We know that Obama, it was his creation, but also McCain was also involved. But realistically speaking, who else was involved, ladies and gentlemen? Who else was at the crux of it all? Well, we know it was the Mossad. Because let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, why would Q say this? And put the Mossad symbol right there. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, and I just showed you the symbol of the Mossad, which is right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here. So I decided to do a little bit more digging as an investigative journalist and as a decoder. It's really sickening, and it's also true. The real ISIS, ladies and gentlemen, this is from C-SPAN, and I managed to track down a clip. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is from C-SPAN. And this clip is, look at that right there, ladies and gentlemen, Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. The fact is, ISIS has been going on for a very long time. So you can see that all makes perfect sense. What I want to do now is roll a clip. Please pay attention, because what I'm trying to do is expose this treachery that runs deep on many levels. I'm going to show you the money. I'm going to show you things that are going to blow your minds apart today. And it's all based, as I said, everything that I show you is indisputable facts, evidence, and receipts. You just cannot dispute it. As I've said, I've already shown you how ISIS is in the Q drop. It's right there. And then also, I've shown you on C-SPAN that it actually identifies that to be true. But let me show you the video as well, ladies and gentlemen, that actually explains it. That video right there will actually explain it. And I think it's about time that people Because the only way you're going to get through this, ladies and gentlemen, is, and I've always said it, is having an open mind. That's the only way you're going to get through all of this. And you got to remember that treachery does run very deep. Please pay attention. Here we go.
And so the French were vital, so Paris has something to be proud of, but fascinatingly, he can't reveal it all either.
We've been jumping all around here. Let's go back to the beginning and get the basics on the table. How many people in Israel are involved in intelligence activities?
Well, it's a state secret. Nobody would tell you exactly. But we believe that there are more than 10,000 people involved directly, employed directly by the various branches of the Israeli intelligence, mainly the military intelligence. One has to remember that the military intelligence, Amman, is the largest and the most important intelligence organization in Israel, and before the Mossad.
Before you get to that, I want to show the audience that how these different organizations are spelled and explain them each, because you have three major intelligence gathering organizations in Israel. You start with the Mossad. What is it?
Mossad means institute, by the way, and this is an institute for intelligence and special operations. So the Mossad is the foreign espionage arm. Compare it to the CIA.
All right, go down here to the...
Next one is Amman, right? Military intelligence. It's a Hebrew acronym, so it is the intelligence arm of the armed forces. As Yossi was saying, it in fact is the largest and most important. And then it says Shin Bet, two Hebrew letters, initials for security services. That's the domestic agency, the equivalent of the FBI.
Which one of the three is the most important?
Oh, it would be Amman, the military intelligence. Nothing is more important than you're watching your Arab neighbors for actual movements of troops, how many tanks they have, where are the aircraft. All these other missions that we described are fascinating, and even getting, thousands of Jews into the country is vital. But war, having a sign that war is coming, that's the key, and that's Amman's job.
Which is the second most important?
The Mossad. The problem with Amman, with the military intelligence, is that it lives in the shadow of the flamboyant Mossad. It can be compared to the same problem which is facing United States National Security Agency, NSA. It is the largest, the most important agency in the intelligence community. Yet, the most famous one, which gets media attention, is the CIA. The same is in Israel. The Mossad has become sort of epitomizing the Israeli intelligence. But the most important agency is military intelligence. Mossad comes second, and then you have Shin Bet, the Israeli equivalent to the FBI, in charge of fighting terrorism, counterterrorism, subversion, trying to foil plots against the state of Israel, political plots and others.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS.
You just heard it, ladies and gentlemen. ISIS. He just said it. Nice and clear. I got the God bumps right now because I know I'm on track, and it all makes perfect sense. If he was to call the Mossad, he said that Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, ISIS. You all heard it, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. I'm going to bring out the real goods, the facts, evidence, and receipts, as I always do. That's the reality right there. That's why I say, is Q lying? No. You're hearing it right here. ISIS, ladies and gentlemen. That's when I saw this and I thought, you know what? It all makes perfect sense. The Manchester synagogue attack, remember that one there right there? No, these entities, how the Mossad work is deception, satanic ideology. The Manchester synagogue attacker pledged allegiance to who, ladies and gentlemen? The one that did what he did, that was a Mossad operation. Allegiance to ISIS. You just heard what that man just said. Then it's also on C-SPAN. It's also in the Q drops. So what are we going to do? We're going to continue to turn the blind eye? Are we going to continue to basically believe the garbage of what we've been told? That's why I say to people that they were emotionally compromised. Remember, think about it from this perspective. When this happened, I knew straight away. I knew that was a little Mossad creation. Because have a look at there, right there. The moment that he said that he pledged allegiance to ISIS, I knew that it meant this. Right there. It meant this, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, what they do is they need an excuse. And it's all for what, ladies and gentlemen? It's all done in the name of deception. There we go. There's good old Bibi Netanyahu with the Mossad. The directors of the Mossad. Lovely, isn't it? President Trump is exposing it all. That's what he's doing. And you can't call it a coincidence. There are no coincidences, none whatsoever. The Mossad basically are about division, control. It all links up, doesn't it? That's why I say to people, look beyond. Look at what's really going on. Don't always get emotionally attached to things. The moment that thing went on with a attack in Manchester in the UK, I knew it was a Mossad operation, ladies and gentlemen. I knew. But you know what? When I go out there and I say things, people get offended. Whereas they don't realize I'm trying to bring out the truth. Now, you see how I've come to the conclusions based on all the hardcore facts, evidence, and receipts. So therefore, you know that John McCain, don't you worry, John McCain, Obama, no, they're all working for, don't you worry, ISIS. They all created ISIS. Why did Obama allow ISIS to run rampant? Well, ISIS, as you know, was what I just showed you. Israel's Secret Intelligence Service. You even heard it. Israel's Secret Intelligence Service. ISIS. So then what does it tie into? This is what I'm saying. Think big. Q tells us to think big, and I'll tell you why. Q tells us to think big for a reason. Because people think that it's just Israel. It's triple plus, ladies and gentlemen. Triple plus. Now, who am I talking about here? Well, right at the crux of it all, it's Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen. Saudi Arabia are the ones that are basically, remember, triple plus Saudi Arabia. Why did President Trump go to Saudi Arabia first? Because that is the major players over there. They're the ones that work together with double plus, which is Rothschilds, who control the state of Israel. And then Soros is plus to form that little triangle. So they're all working together hand in hand, ladies and gentlemen, hand in hand, with Prince Al-Walid. Prince Al-Walid of Saudi Arabia, known as Dopey, was the one that was playing the game. And here's the one that groomed Obama. Let's go to Q drop 133, ladies and gentlemen. 133. Hard to swallow. Oh, yes. Important to progress. Who are the puppet masters? House of Sword, 4 trillion plus. That's a lot of money. The Rothschilds. Now have a look at this. Rothschilds, 2 trillion plus. And Soros at 1 trillion plus. The triangles have 3 sides. The eye of providence. What did I just show you before, ladies and gentlemen? Duality. The eye of providence is the eye of Ra. Right there. And who was the one? Remember, why is Obama depicted as Islamic? Because he is. And remember, why did he have the black eye on the left side? Because it shows his allegiance. Remember, the left eye represents the moon, the god Horus, and then also the moon represents Islam. So they're telling you which side of the equation, and they're all working together. That's the thing. All of them are working together. So you've got the eye of Ra, which is the eye of providence. But then you've seen Obama with the left eye that's had the black eye, which is symbolism of who he actually is, which side is he on? Islam, moon worshipping, right there. That's what I'm saying. It all goes back to this, ladies and gentlemen. It all goes back to this. I'll show you that one. But it all goes back to what I said here about the sun and moon worshipping. Sun, Christianity. Moon, Islam. Sun, remember, like eye of Ra, the eye of providence. Everything is basically connected, and they all work together. So the thing is, people are fooled by the illusion of, oh, he's on the left and he's on the right. No. I'm going to blow that apart today with all the facts, evidence, and receipts that I've got. Does Satan exist? The thought of Satan. That's what I say. The thought of Satan, ideology. The ideology. And the treachery runs deep, as you can see. Now, let me tell you something. Why does the United States allow Israel? Remember when Tucker Carlson came out there and he said that Israel and the United States, remember with it was Ted Cruz, that little interview. And he said that, do you know that Israel are allowed to spy on the United States? It's true. I've got the facts, evidence, and receipts. And Ted Cruz admitted it. Oh, you know, it's normal arrangement. Really now? It's a normal arrangement to allow the state of Israel, a foreign entity, to spy on the United States of America. And the CIA knew about it. Oh, don't you worry. The presidents knew about it. They all knew about it. And everyone is being bought and sold off by good old AIPAC. The United States, ladies and gentlemen, this is an example. Further information. Israeli espionage, ladies and gentlemen, is spying in the United States shortly after Raphael Eaton visited Inslaw in February 1983. the software called Promise, was allegedly stolen and copied by the United States Department of Justice, which triggered years of litigation. So basically what happened was they got that software and then they sold it to 80 countries with a provision of having a backdoor. So in other words, to spy. So they created that's what I'm saying, done by design. They created a backdoor entry so they can go and spy. So these countries purchase this software, and this backdoor built-in program allowed for espionage. An American one for the CIA and an Israeli one for the Mossad. CMOS. You know what that means, right? I explained that. CMOS chip, CIA, Mossad joint operation. Remember, how do you think they get access to information? Through your CMOS chip as well. However, have a listen to this. The software, this is all documented, ladies and gentlemen, with the built-in backdoor, has said to reach the KGB via the British publisher Robert Maxwell, ladies and gentlemen, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who is a Mossad agent. That is all there in black and white. All there in black and white, ladies and gentlemen. So when I say to you, leaving Israel for last, and Epstein Island hasn't come out, it's because it has been a Mossad operation. And who was coincidental that Robert Maxwell, a Mossad agent, that it's right there in black and white, that his daughter was the handler of Jeffrey Epstein. And what was that? A honeypot operation? A honeypot operation. And guess what? They had all these politicians, all these elites, all these royalty, all over a barrel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's right there. And they also bugged an Israeli version. So this is this. They bugged the Israeli version. They planted it in Los Alamos National Laboratory, where the bloody nukes are. Where they created Los Alamos, where the nukes. Two of the most important nuclear research and national security facilities in the United States. So they went and the bugged Israeli version of that particular software, they planted it in the United States, ladies and gentlemen, and they obtained secret information from the United States while the president knew. They all knew. And how do you think they got the bomb? Coincidence? And they won't deny it, and they won't admit it. There we go. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how big this is? How filthy. I've even just started to scratch the surface here. So you could see, look at this. Robert Maxwell, Mossad agent, bang. You see that it's all connecting, how it's all connecting. YQ says, leaving the state of Israel for last. Then they allowed Israeli version, look at that software right there, that had the backdoor entry to go in there and take the stuff that is basically nuclear research and national security. That's a breach of national security, ladies and gentlemen. JFK knew what he was saying back in the day about infiltration instead of invasion. He knew what he was saying. He knew what they were doing. Why do you think he got assassinated? Why hasn't CD 971 gotten out there? Why isn't the truth about JFK's assassination gotten out there yet? Because they don't want us to know. Because I'll tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, it's all pointing in one direction. And that's why Q says, State of Israel left for last. And have a think about that. Israel, America's best ally. Are you kidding me right now? And it's nothing against the people. It's against those bastards. The filth. And you know what? These people in Congress, they should all be held accountable. They've committed treason of the highest order. In fact, when they're bought and sold by AIPAC, and you see how many of them are, they all need to be held accountable. They all went to Israel not long ago, and they did this whole song and dance, their allegiance, their allegiance, their allegiance. And these entities, think about this, ladies and gentlemen. These false prophets that go out there like Julie Green. Then all these other entities like Derek Johnson that goes out there and he's pro-Israel. I wonder what he thinks about when he sees this. Because obviously he didn't get the memo. And none of them did. In fact, they turn a blind eye, ladies and gentlemen. They say they're pro-America, America first, all that sort of garbage. And yet they pledge their undying loyalty to Israel. What's wrong with these people? What's wrong with these people? I don't get it. It's really sickening, ladies and gentlemen, to be quite honest. When doing this investigation, people got to realize it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. However, these uncomfortable truths need to be shown. That's why God has put it in my heart to show you the truth. Not like the others that go around there and pushing the pro-Israel express. Don't look at this. No. Look at it. I'm showing you the facts, evidence, and receipts. What are they showing you? Lies and deceptions. So realistically speaking, those entities out there that go around enabling, and you've seen who they are, the false prophets, all the circle jerkers, you know who they are. They're actually operating on a satanic ideology. In the guise of being for Jesus, for God, they're using God's name, Jesus' name. They don't care about it. They're basically deceiving people. That's what they're doing. And you know who they are. They go around and they created their own little echo chamber of lies and deception. They play the game that they're all this and they're all for God and all for Jesus and all that. No, you're all for nothing. That's why people come here, because this is the road least traveled. This is God's road right here. I'm showing you the truth. What have they showed you? Nothing. I've explained it. I'm connecting the dots. As an investigative journalist, as a master decoder, I'm showing you the facts, evidence, and receipts. I'm showing you the truth. And I am passionate and I am angry because we all have a right to be. Because we've been lied to. We've been deceived. And our people that represent us have been bought and sold. That's the reality right there. The Mossad, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through it. And there's a lot to get through, by the way. The organization orchestrated many, look at that right there. What does it say right there? The organization has orchestrated many assassination plots across a variety of locations. Let that sink in for a moment. Orchestrated many assassination plots across various locations. Worldwide. Think worldwide. So when you know that, when you know what JFK knew about what they were doing, when he exposed them about the Dimona plant, and he said to them, hey, cut it off, otherwise you're not going to have our support. And then not long after that, what happened? An assassination. People are going to find out the truth, which is not going to be very comfortable for them in the end game. The organization has orchestrated many assassination plots again across a variety of locations. The Mossad was formed by none other than Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion. That was the very Prime Minister during the time when JFK was the President of the United States of America. Ben-Gurion lied. Dave Ben-Gurion lied to JFK about the creation of basically the Dimona plant and what its real intentions was, creating weapon-grade nuclear weapons. Mossad was formed in December the 13th, 1949. The year after it was formed, ladies and gentlemen, the year after they took over Palestine was 1948. The year after that, they created the Mossad. A journalist, look at this, Ronan Bergman has described the Mossad as deep state. You want to know what the deep state is? We are seeing it right there. They're the ones that say, they are the ones that call the deep state, but they're the deep state themselves. Deflection, deception, that's how they operate. They are divided, ladies and gentlemen, into different sections. They've got the Katsa, which is number one, there is a field intelligence officer. A Katsa is a case officer who runs agents clandestinely, meaning in secret, and collects the intelligence. Then you've got the Kidon, which is the Kidon is the Mossad elite assassins. They've got a group called the Kidon that take care of all the assassinations. And recruits receive 2 years of training at the Mossad training facility. So they're trained to be elite assassin. I mean, think about it. Think JFK. Think other things. And the Sayanim are basically unpaid. So in other words, they basically go on Jewish civilians who are patriotic, manipulated, and a devotion to Israel, a unwavering, they're willing to put their life on the line, and they're unpaid, ladies and gentlemen. And they operate, look at that, conduct vast operations worldwide in your backyard, in our backyard, in everyone's backyard, in the United States of America's backyard. You've got these entities. You want to call them, they say terror cells? They've got their own little cells going on, known as the Sayanim. Look at that. Now, you really got to comprehend how they work. And think about it from this perspective. Let's go back to this. that one there could be a Sanayim. In other words, he has basically, he will die for Israel. He will do whatever he has to do in the name of Israel. These people are maniacs, right? They are willing, when they say, radicals, they're the radicals. And have a look at that. Pledged his allegiance to ISIS. So do you see how it all connects up? So this would be a Sanayim that went in there and did this business. An unpaid Jewish civilian in the guise of being, they're into deception, ladies and gentlemen. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. And then you go here and you could see there's allegiance to ISIS, and we know what ISIS is. It's right there. And then the way the Mossad work is putting a Sanayim, an asset. That's what you call them, assets. Who is an asset, ladies and gentlemen? That man right there. You all recognize him. Alex Jones. Q drop 1341. We've all been blinded for too long. Alex Jones is not alternative media. He is a traitor. Q drop 2123. I love Shields now at this point, even when this is over some Mossad clown arsehole, will still be typing useless division tactics out of his frayed handbook. Have a look at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. They're talking about AJ and associations, aka Alex Jones. He was planted a long time ago by the Mossad. Think about it. What was going on across the road? Remember, across the river? Bohemian Grove. And they put him there so he can get false credibility in this movement. So when the time came and they needed him, they would activate him. And the more they attacked him, the more credibility he got. That's how it works. Now think about it from a logical standpoint. Bohemian Grove basically would have security right up the bum. There's no way you would be able to do what Alex Jones did without him being allowed. Q drop 2102. They activated him when Q was activated, when the Q plan came to fruition. Alex Jones embedded himself in the MAGA movement and then basically used them to attack us. There is a lot more to this than you realize. Think collective attacks versus Q. They attack AJ, there we go, Alex Jones, to give him fake credibility among POTUS supporting patriots. So by attacking AJ, this has all been done by design. Mossad, ladies and gentlemen, the Mossad, the CIA, deep state, they all work together. They're all part of it. The deep state is the Mossad. The deep state, President Trump is exposing it all. AJ basically was attacked to give fake credibility. So basically the POTUS supporting patriots, meaning MAGA, what were they doing? Poisoning the waters and directing the narrative of the opposition through a Mossad-supported asset, aka Alex Jones. An effort, all-team effort, coordinated collective attacks with pawns and actors serving as black hat agendas and attempting, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, what did I put there? Control, this is from Q, and divide the patriots. That's what Alex has been designed to do. Control, manipulate, divide. It goes back to what I said in this. Division. The illusion of good and evil. Oh, Alex is good. He's the hero. Realistically speaking, he's always been the villain, working for the Mossad. The illusion, ladies and gentlemen. And it's to create division and control. That's the reality of it. And they've been using these Mossad assets. Ask yourself a simple logical question. This is the Q drop as well. Why are majority attacks by pro-MAGA supporters? Why are they attacking Q, which is President Trump's creation? Coming from Alex Jones, Mossad-backed. So he goes out there, and I've heard him over and over again, and he said nasty things about Q because he is a Mossad asset. There we go. Why the majority of Q attacks by pro-MAGA supporters coming from Alex Jones, Mossad-backed, and all AJ known associates. So anyone that's associated with Alex Jones as well, we are getting attacked by them. Why are we a threat? To establish credibility, that's what they do. So in other words, Alex has been attacked. He's a conspiracy theorist. Is this, is that, the other. The thing about the, shall we say, remember about the shooting and all that sort of stuff? It's basically they've been trying to put this guy up on a pedestal, and the deep state runs deep. That's the thing is, you're seeing him out there. You're seeing him out there being propped up like he's some sort of, and remember, what do? They are using his reach. That's why you see General Flynn on his show. That's why they've been accessing other shows. And Alex Jones also works with Joe Rogan, by the way, in the past. They're all connected to this. Attacks will only intensify. And then Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen, not long ago, put this up. He put this up on his page. He's creating, remember, he's a Mossad asset. Look at that, Alex Jones. The Wall Street Journal just released a new part of the secret Epstein files. Alex Jones is a Mossad asset, and then also, think about it from this perspective. He's got to play the game that he's with Trump, but he's not. We know that Epstein Island was basically what? A Mossad operation. That's why it's all, remember, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, by no coincidence was she put there to be Epstein's handler. You see how it all connects up. You can't deny the facts and some receipts, ladies and gentlemen. It's right in front of your face. The treachery runs deep. In fact, think about it from this perspective. There are those people that have a very short-term memory. Oh, they do. But I'm here to remind people of what's real. Everyone's jumping on board the Vance bandwagon. Oh, Vance is great. Vance is this, Vance is that. No, Vance is a piece of shit. Sorry. Vance, in fact, called Trump America Hitler. He said all those nasty things about President Trump. Oh, did we forget about that? I think we did. And you know what? It's about showing you the facts, evidence, and receipts. That's how we operate here. So anyone that's new, that's how we operate. We operate with the truth. And if I'm going to say something, I'm going to have the goods. So this is Vance, ladies and gentlemen. What he really thinks about Trump.
right? I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, wasn't always a MAGA advocate. Back in 2016, Vance was an outspoken critic of then-candidate Trump.
There is definitely an element of Donald Trump's support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump because I think that he's projecting very complex problems onto simple villains.
But Vance predicted a Trump loss.
But I've noticed this willingness from people who think a lot like I do that, look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be a terrible candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him.
And in now deleted tweets, J.D. Vance called Trump reprehensible. Fellow Christians, everyone is watching us when we apologize for this man. Lord help us, Vance wrote. Privately, Vance was even more critical, messaging a friend that Trump could be, quote, America's Hitler. But fast forward a few years later, when Vance ran for Senate in Ohio as a Republican. That's when he unveiled a new persona, Trump Defender.
Are we having a good time? Is it great to have the president back in Ohio?
I did change my mind about Donald Trump. He was a great president. He's been the greatest president of my lifetime.
I have absolutely got to thank the 45th, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, they wanted to write a story that this campaign would be the death of Donald Trump's America First agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it ain't the death of the America First agenda.
Vance's MAGA pivot resulted in him winning a seat in the Senate.
And we won big.
And now a place alongside Donald Trump on the 2024 Republican ticket.
I would like you to point to an issue that Speaker Pelosi has totally bungled and therefore deserves public repudiation.
Well, let me just first say that this is obviously a clip that JD is running to try to misrepresent people. I ran against Nancy Pelosi, JD, for leadership. And you have to have the courage to take on your own leaders. These leaders in D.C. they will eat you up like a chew toy, right? I mean, you were calling Trump America's Hitler. Then you kissed his ass.
That's not true.
It is true. And then you kissed his ass, and then he endorsed you. And you said he's the greatest president of all time. Mitch McConnell gave you $40 million to prop up your campaign. Peter Thiel gave you $15 million.
Very true. Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen. You heard what Vance said about Trump. He was a never-Trumper. He hated Trump. America's Hitler. No, nothing's changed. What has changed is this. President Trump is playing the game. All those entities that you see in front of you, all the Rubio, Hegseth, Pamela Bondi, all them, they're no good. Even the ones like Sachs, the ones that, remember, every one of them has had connections to something. Don't you worry, they've all had connections, and to Silicon Valley. And the reason why I'm saying Silicon Valley is because they are involved, and Trump has basically got them all there. Friends close, enemies closer. And this is the thing. President Trump, you got to go to the past and realize that that man is about loyalty, trust and respect. And he sees it a huge, shall we say, disservice. And he never forgets. He never, ever, ever forgets what you've done to him in the past. Just like Rubio, just like Hegseth, and Bondi, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, good old Pamela Bondi. I'm going to play a little video. Allegiance is very important. Loyalty is very important. You know what President Trump said about John McCain? I've got all the goods. I'm going to show this video that I've compiled based on all facts, evidence, and receipts, all true. We know why Q talks about John McCain, no name. We know that John McCain was involved with Obama, with ISIS. He was a traitor. In fact, you're going to see it right here. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Osama bin Laden had been killed, Al-Qaeda as an organization would not have grown to the point where it had conducted 9/11. And it was in response to this argument that Trump was making that somehow President Bush was responsible for 9/11. And my argument was, no, the responsibility of 9/11 falls on the fact that Al-Qaeda was allowed to grow and prosper, that the reason why 9/11 happened was because of George W. Bush. And my argument is, if you're going to ascribe blame, don't blame George W. Bush.
Here's a guy that buys a house for $179,000. He sells it to a lobbyist who's probably here for $380,000, and then legislation is passed. You tell me about this guy. Okay.
The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald.
Okay, no. A deal.
They're not a real estate deal.
A deal is a deal. Let me tell you.
A deal is not a deal when you're dealing with terrorists. Have you ever negotiated with terrorists?
You are not a negotiator. You are not a negotiator. And with your thinking, you will never bring peace. You will never bring peace.
Donald might be able to build condos in the Palestinian areas, but he's not going to. This is not a real estate deal.
Senator. He will never be able to do it. I think I may be able to do it, although I will say this, probably the toughest deal of any kind is that particular.
I know you've heard these comments from Donald Trump. Governor Perry says these comments disqualify Trump to be commander-in-chief. Do you agree?
I do agree. This is not just an insult to John McCain, who clearly is a war hero and a great man, but it's an insult to all POWs, to all men and women who have served us in uniform, who have been captured in battle. And this somehow makes the assumption, or he's saying, that somehow if you're captured in battle, you're less worthy of honors than someone who isn't. It's not just absurd, it's offensive, it's ridiculous, and I do think it is a disqualifier as commander-in-chief.
Now, some Democrats, including Hillary Clinton, have criticized you and your fellow Republican candidates for not speaking out more forcefully and more quickly after Trump's comments about undocumented immigrants. They wonder why this firestorm about McCain and not a firestorm about Mexicans.
Well, there was. I spoke out against what Donald Trump said, but we have to remember this is a man who spent his whole life saying outrageous things. So early in his campaign, when he said something outrageous, people kind of said, just ignore it and move on and it'll go away. This is what he does for a living. Not only did I say that what he said about Mexicans is not just inaccurate, it's offensive. It's not true, and it's also offensive. But what he said yesterday, of course, is offensive about John McCain and inaccurate about John McCain, but it actually is offensive to all POWs and men and women who serve us in uniform, especially those who have served time in the hands of enemy captors and who are worthy of our admiration and respect.
Well, I didn't know John McCain other than from television before I got here, but what I met is someone who influenced me in three really powerful ways. The first is, his unique standing in the world because of his life experience and everything that he had been through, gave him the ability to be a warrior on behalf of justice. And when he made up his mind that something was unjust, no political pressure, no outside pressure, no criticism, nothing was going to talk him down from it. He had sort of a bulldog's commitment to justice, no matter where it existed in the world. And so you always found him on the side of freedom, democracy, and the oppressed, time and again. The second is his energy level. Extraordinary amounts of energy. I had a chance to travel with him on occasion, and these were long trips, and there was no gaps in between, and even the sort of supposedly, extracurricular activities where you're supposed to peel off and see some part of the country was work or a history lesson. He put in long hours everywhere he went, an incredible amount of energy. And I think the third is kind of his commitment to service. I mean, he's a man who spent basically his entire adult life in the service of our country and did so in a way that really should inspire people. At a time when there's a lot of criticism about people that spend a long time in government, he almost was his entire life in government, whether it was in the military or in Congress and now in the Senate. He dedicated his entire life to the service of our country in the public square and the military square. And it's a rare attribute that it would be difficult and it would be impossible to replace. There are things we can learn about from Senator McCain, but he's not replaceable because there's only one John McCain, and we'll miss him dearly.
I have to say, Senator, he lied this time. He lied, 100%.
some extreme points of view from Pete Hegseth and some very harsh criticism for Trump himself personally. Andrew Kaczynski joins me now.
Of his view on the U.S. military that included support for waterboarding, pardoning U.S. soldiers who had been convicted or accused of war crimes.
What are your thoughts about Hagel taking waterboarding off the table?
I think it's a mistake. Absolutely a mistake.
He really argued that Donald Trump was not hawkish enough on the military. Listen to him here.
You wouldn't want a top-tier presidential candidate getting all of their military advice from watching Meet the Press. There's a lot more nuance. There's a lot more detail. Foreign policy and national security is not about TV shows. They're going to have to walk back a little bit from this idea that he gets it from the political shows.
And look, that's not the only criticism we found. Some of them were deeply personal on Donald Trump. He even attacked him as a, quote, armchair tough guy. That was his quote. And then attacked him for getting deferments from the Vietnam War. Listen to him here.
It's typical Trump. All bluster, very little substance. He talks a tough game. But then when pressed on it, he's an armchair tough guy. I hate to say it, but this is a guy who said that John McCain is not a war hero, yet he sought his own 5 military deferments.
So it's going to be interesting to see here, Aaron, how Donald Trump squares both, those comments from 2016 versus what he's saying today.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much.
He's not a war hero.
He's a war hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. I see him on television all the time, and he's always talking, but nothing gets done. These veterans are living in hell. We hope John McCain gets better very soon, because we miss him. He's a crusty voice in Washington. Plus, we need his vote. John McCain was not on the list, so that was a totally unexpected thing. Terrible. Honestly, terrible. And except for one senator who came into a room at 3 o'clock in the morning and went like that, we would have had health care too. Plus, there are other things. I was never a fan of John McCain, and I never will be. I endorsed him at his request, and I gave him the kind of funeral that he wanted, which as president, I had to approve.
To John's beloved family, Mrs. McCain, to Cindy and the McCain children, President Mrs. Bush, President Secretary Clinton, Vice President Mrs. Biden, Vice President Ms. Cheney, Vice President Gore, and as John would say, my friends. After all, what better way to get a last laugh than to make George and I say nice things about him to a national audience?
We sent him on the way, but I wasn't a fan of John McCain. So now what we could say is, now we're all set. I don't think I have to answer that question, but the press keeps, what do you think of McCain? What do you think? Not my kind of guy, but some people like him, and I think that's great. And we had 51 votes. And sometimes, we had a little hard time with a couple of them, right? Fortunately, they're gone now. They've gone on to greener pastures. Or perhaps far less green pastures, but they're gone. For much better health care than Obamacare. Obamacare is a catastrophe. Nobody talks about it. Without John McCain, we would have had it done. But John McCain, for some reason, couldn't get his arm up that day. Remember? He goes like that. That was the end of that.
Now, Manu, we of course need to point out that McCain sustained a series of injuries while serving in the Vietnam War, and many of those stemmed from his time as a prisoner of war for 5 years. But look, I think the broader context of these remarks is really interesting to note. Trump has really revived talk of trying to find an alternative to Obamacare in recent months, and it's something that has alarmed a lot of Republicans. People in the party are still scarred
Ladies and gentlemen, that was huge. The deception knows no bounds. The treachery is deep. As you can see, Rubio isn't a good seed. Is bad. President Trump has never forgiven Rubio. Don't you worry about that one. He's never forgiven good old Hegseth. No, he hasn't. Vance, you can forget about him as well. No, he's got to play the game, and he's playing it very well. Don't you worry about that one. And you can see, remember, the facsimile and receipts are right there. It speaks in volumes. They're all connected. That's the thing. They're all connected. The illusion of the left and right, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than an illusion. The illusion of the left and right designed to separate and control. Like I said in that, I showed you in that slide. Let's pay attention to this one. Pamela Bondi, the US Senator. John McCain was a war hero. ISIS? Involved with Israel? Isn't Pamela Bondi a pro-Israel, shall we say, advocate? Yeah, she is. Didn't she work for Qatar government and received over $100,000 a month? And we know Qatar, as remember, what did Julian Assange say? How the Qatari government have been involved in the creation of ISIS. Yes, the treachery runs deep, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I'm saying. John McCain was a war hero, that's what she says. A public servant and a great American. Yeah, we know what kind of great American he was, especially when he had the American flag all over. You saw on the coffin, wrinkled. And he was surrounded by his friend. Who was the one that gave the eulogy? Oh, yes, how fitting, ladies and gentlemen. And President Trump said, I was the one that organized it. I'm sure you did. We know you're the one that organized it all, President Trump. And you put Obama out there, and remember, done by design, because Obama and John McCain were working together. And who was also the one, as Rubio said, he was my mentor. Really, Rubio. So Marco Rubio learned a lot from John McCain. Lovely, that one. And then she says, my heart breaks and my prayers are with Cindy, Megan, and the entire McCain family. We slide across here, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got George Soros and John McCain together. Lovely, isn't it? They all seem to be one happy, beautiful family. And the thing is, it gets, like, remember, left and right, right and left, it's an illusion. It's about division. It's about control. And that's what it's all about. Now, look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Humor. Good old Huma Abedin. Huma Abedin was groomed as well by the Harvard University Muslim alumni. She was involved with that. The Muslim Brotherhood. Obama was involved in the same thing. All ties to Saudi Arabia. Triple plus. Have a look at this. Cindy McCain. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the widow of John McCain. And look who's next to Alex Soros. Oh, the left and the right and the left. It's all a bunch of bullshit. That's what it is. A lie beyond lies. It's the right's fault. It's the left's fault. It's the illusion of democracy. It's basically to do with the little Nazi creation, ladies and gentlemen, the wings. Oh, yes. The birdie in the wing. You've seen that one, right? The Iron Eagle. Yes, the Iron Eagle is about deception. I mean, you've seen that little eagle all over the place, haven't you? In fact, you've seen that eagle on the Federal Reserve, on the presidential seal. Oh, that's right. I'll explain it. It'll make all the world of sense, as I always do. Now, remember, the Freemasonry It's all to do with duality, control, division. It's right at the crux of everything. What do you think? That's a coincidence? Look at that, black and white, checkerboard, division, control. It's right at the crux of it. That's the reality we are living in right now. Now, let me explain to you this little structure, because I'm about to blow this thing sky high now. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to get it in a moment. So in other words, you've seen that. That's Iron Eagle. Q talks about Iron Eagle. Why? Why does Q talk about it? We're going to go into this. It's their little deception, the creation, Ashkenazi, Nazi, right? Right at the crux of it. Rothschilds. When the eagle, remember, the beast in the middle controls both wings, right? The right and the left. Both serve the same beast, the illusion of being separate. That's what it is. It's an illusion. Nothing more, nothing less. When the head turns to the left, this same bird represents the party, the Nazi party. When the eagle's head points to the right, it represents the government. However, the right and the left wing is still attached to the same beast. The left and the right wing represent control and division over the mind of the masses. That's why we say government. Govern in Latin means to steer, and ment means the mind. So in other words, both belong to the same beast. Now let's liken this to the Nazi. So the Nazi party is the party themselves. Don't you hear they say the Nazis are right wing? But it's pointing its head to the left. That's what it's all part of the deception and the illusion. Remember, both are controlled by the beast in the middle. Now, the left wing, it's pointing in that direction, so the left, it's pointing to the left wing. It represents the party, the Nazi party. So the party, when it goes into and becomes government, like it did back in the day, its head turned to the right. But do you see, the party and the government are one and the same. That's the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. That basically the party and the government are one and the same. Does everyone remember the good old book burning days in the Nazis? Yeah, no, let me tell you something. The Nazi party are the ones that did it. And then what are they called? The Nazi party supposed to be what? Aren't they supposed to be the right? But that's the thing. It's all the same deal, the same beast. That's what it's all about. Deception runs on both sides. Because look at this, the Nazi party, remember they say the Nazi, you're radical, like you're far right. You're right. Hold on a minute. The Nazi party officially a National Socialist German Workers' Party. How does it make any sense? Do you see what I mean? This is the the deception right there, ladies and gentlemen. So the Nazi Party officially, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and then it says there was a far-right political party, but socialistic ideology is not on the right, it's on the left. Do you see? This is the illusion right there. A far-right political party in Germany active between 1920 and 1945, socialism. Let's look at the political spectrum, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you got to get it. Do you see what I mean? Where's socialism? It's on the left, next to communism. But I thought they were on the far right. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the deception, the lies, how they operate. It's all about division. It's all about control. That's what it's all about. Oh, you're fascist. We're Antifa, anti-fascism. No, you couldn't be more wrong, ladies and gentlemen. They're all in it together, all part of the same club. Where they're saying that that's Antifa is socialists. They're the far left. Hold on a minute. If they're against fascism, they're on the left. But hold on a minute. Let's go to the ideology of the Nazi Party. And they're on the right, the far right. And this is what I'm saying. People have got to get that basically it's about, right at the crux of it, keeping people divided. And then remember also, it's about Antifa. You can liken Antifa to being the Nazi Party and calling themselves the National Socialistic or Socialist German Workers' Party, who were the ones that went out there and did the good old book burning session. And then they said, oh, that's socialism. That's from the left. No, do you see how they operate? It's going to make sense. Because we're getting to the Antifa business. This is where we're getting to. This is where we're getting to. That's why President Trump is doing and exposing, and he's saying what he's saying. Q drop 940. Have a look at this. In 1933, remember when I said the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, look at that, Parliament, the paramilitary wing, all to do with the Nazis, anti-fascism, anti-fascista action. This is the one back in the days of the Nazis. Have a look at which way the flag is pointing, ladies and gentlemen. To the left. Now come forward, and we've got the Antifa, the Antifa logo, 2017, paramilitary wing of the Democratic Party, and the flags are pointing to the right. It's not about left and right, as Q says. Do you get what I mean? It's a joke. It's basically people have been had, lied to, deceived, manipulated, controlled, divided by this good old playbook. The good old playbook, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been played. Left, right, all serve the same beast. Right there. Straight out of the old playbook of the Nazis. The good old Ashkenazi Nazi. There's nothing Jewish about them. Look at that. Lovely coincidence? No, the illusion of left and right, ladies and gentlemen. That's why Q put this drop and he put the flags side by side. so you could see how it's left and right. And the Nazis were a bunch of degenerates. They were, remember, controlled. Hitler was a puppet, a degenerate puppet, and his granddaddy was a Rothschild, an Ashkenazi. That's where that word Nazi came from. So sorry. Anyone that sits there and tries to say that kind of crap, no, you're not going to sit here and tell us that they're good. So you're going to get a little time out. Sorry, guys, that person right there needs to have a bit of thinking time. Okay, obviously, they don't want to see what's really factual. Now, as I said, all serving the same beast. I'll give you an example. The Pledge of Allegiance in the United States was not always, shall we say, the way you read it with God in the equation. Why? Because it was written by a socialist. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, when you used to do your Pledge of Allegiance back in the day to the American flag, this is how you would do it. Not your hand on your heart. That's a real picture, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they would do. The Heil Hitler salute. Right there. That's the Bellamy salute, ladies and gentlemen. They would do the right hand salute like that. Because the Pledge of Allegiance, as I said, was written by a socialist. The first version of the Bellamy wrote, which was to do with, as I said, the Pledge of Allegiance. He was the one that wrote it. I pledge allegiance to my flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with a liberty and justice for all. What happened to God? Oh no, God didn't come till later with Eisenhower. That's when it came. That's when it came back here in 1954, which is the current version. That little line was added afterwards, because before, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly how you were doing it. Right there. That's the reality. And who wrote it? It was Francis Bellamy, a Christian socialist. Right there. Being a Christian and a Baptist minister, you would have thought that he would have put the word God in there. Ask yourself why. Christian socialist, how does that work? And if you're a Baptist minister, like good old Francis Bellamy was, why didn't you put God in the equation in the first place? That doesn't make any sense, does it? And this is the thing, based on that, right hand salute. I pledge allegiance. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Who are they pledging allegiance to? The flag. But does the flag represent who? It represents what wing is up, ladies and gentlemen? What hand, what arm is up? It's all symbolism, ladies and gentlemen. It's all symbolism. The reason why the right hand is up is because they owe allegiance to the government, as per shown here. Not the left hand, but the right hand, the government, the one that steers the mind of the masses. That flag represents the government, and the right wing represents their right hand, right arm. Do you see? Symbolism will be their downfall. Do you see how it all works? Everything is symbolic right there. The right wing represents the right arm. Like the eagle, ladies and gentlemen, and they're pledging their allegiance not to God at the time. They were pledging the allegiance to the flag, which the flag is representing the government as the head. Think about this. The head is pointing in that direction, which symbolizes the government. The presidential seal, ladies and gentlemen, the head, remember, POTUS, President of the United States, is a corporation label. The government is basically controlled by the government, so by the corporation, the foreign entity, the Ashkenazi Nazi. Did the Nazis go away? No, they didn't. You're seeing it right now. Let me show you the presidential seal. Have a look at this. The left and the right wing and the head, doesn't matter. Obama, whether it was Reagan, whether it was Trump, the head is always pointing in the right direction, which means when they get into, they represent the party, remember, other direction. But when the moment they step in as the President of the United States, that gold seal, that capitalization represents the corporation. They represent the government. The head, meaning, turns to the right, which means that's what they control. They steer the mind. Govern, the ment. Govern means to steer, and ment means the mind. Do you see what I mean? That's the harsh reality, ladies and gentlemen. The harsh reality. And that's why I said the oldest trick in the book. The left and the right and the left, they all serve the same beast. All of them serve the same beast. The beast is in the middle, right there. Why does Q putting this up? Q drop 953. Mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. One mirrors the other. It's an exact mirror. Look at that. Draw a line right through. Double meanings exist. Left, right serve the same beast. Look at this. Left and right. The same beast. Double meanings. Do you see what I mean? Double meaning mirrors. That's a mirror. The left and the right. The left and the right. Do you see what I mean? Mirrors are in think mirror. Know your enemy. Knowledge is power. That's what I'm doing here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm arming you with the knowledge. I'm arming you with the power. My hope is that many people get this. Unfortunately, it's not the case. People don't want to know the truth. People want to continue believing the fairy tales. People don't want to know the uncomfortable, harsh realities. Think mirror. Why does Q say think mirror? Know your enemy. I'm showing you who the enemy is. I'm explaining it to you. There you go. Mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. Think mirror. Local, US. United States. Global, reflected of local. In other words, mirror. Think mirror. And it's wise to say reflection of local because this is the model that is being depicted worldwide, ladies and gentlemen. Think mirror. Know your enemy. And just say, you know what? Thank you, FCB. Thank you for showing us all this information. because there's a lot of hard work that goes into this. So it's about time that people give us a thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this around the place. I don't put anything behind a paywall, ladies and gentlemen. I don't do it like the others do. I give all this knowledge, the hard work that I put into this to show you the harsh realities because I care. I want people to be empowered. I want people to know the truth. At least when this is all said and done, I could say I've done the right thing. I've done everything that God has put me in my heart to do the right thing, the right way. Q said clearly, knowledge is power. I'm giving you all the knowledge. I'm giving you all the power. I'm connecting you. I'm showing you these things. I'm connecting the dots for you. I even became an investigative journalist, so you can get that I take what I do very seriously. It's a harsh reality, ladies and gentlemen. It's a harsh reality. That's what it is. And it's a con. We've all been conned. Q drop 1941, how fitting. 1941, the times of the Nazis. Was Nazism ever truly destroyed? No, it wasn't. Have a look around you. CIA, that's part of it. The skull and bones. When you see that thing, you think about the deadheads. The double, what do you call it? The SS. Nazis again. It's basically, as Q says, it's merely a subdivision within a larger organization. Antifa, ladies and gentlemen, is part of it. The one finger attached to a hand. In other words, the puppets and the hand is the puppet master. Did Antifa organically form? Flag design coincidence? There are no coincidences. Socialist push in US worldwide coincidence? No. It's basically how they've been controlling, manipulating people. Because you've got also, remember, you got the ones that are up the top pulling the strings. You got the ones that are committing the insurrection, the ones that are working, getting paid, and then you got the dumb idiots that think they're doing something for a great cause, and they're joining along on the ride. So you got what I call the organics. And that's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. Why would Q be bringing this to our attention? Because Nazism was never destroyed. Right at the crux of Nazism is division, control, the illusion of democracy. That's how it works. Deception, satanic ideology, right at the heart of Nazism. And that word Nazi, as I said, think Ashkenazi. And when you think of the word Ashkenazi, think of the Rothschilds, because they're Ashkenazis as well. These are very hardcore, as I said, harsh realities. Have a look at Q drop 1274. Antifa, radical left. Why does the Antifa flag mimic that of the Nazi? Hold on a minute. I thought Antifa were radical lefts. And remember, the Nazis are on the right. Socialism is on the left. This is what I'm saying. It's the illusion. An illusion. Why does the Antifa flag mimic that of the Nazi? The Nazi is supposed to be far right. I've shown you this. Their flags are completely, look at this. Antifa, ladies and gentlemen, AF, Antifa with, look at that. Do you see how they operate? That's what I'm saying. I'm bringing out the real truth here. Now, the right-pointing eagle is the Nazi government right there. It goes back to what I said. The right-pointing eagle is the Nazi government's emblem, which looks like it's looks at its right shoulder. Okay, that's called the right saddler. The party saddler, which is what represents the party. However, as I've shown you before, ladies and gentlemen, that they both belong to the same beast. See, the thing is with Soros, he's on the left. And then you got Kissinger, ladies and gentlemen. We know what Kissinger is, an evil bastard. Where did you think Kissinger was? But they're all working together. The illusion, remember, we got to play the game. Soros has got to play it from one angle as plus. Then you got the other side, double plus, which is the Rothschilds. Then you got Saudi Arabia. And they're all working together to take down America. As Q says, America falls, so does the rest of the world. And don't you worry, state of Israel. And they've been playing the game. Bibi Netanyahu is on the right side. It's what I'm saying. It's all an illusion. One big fat illusion. And they all serve the same beast. Think about it. All of them do. Right at the core is the deception. Now, the right-pointing eagle represents the Nazi government. Well, have a look at the presidential seal. When the president is in power, it doesn't matter whether he's from the left wing or the right wing. He becomes the head, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this symbolism. The head of state. Well, what is the head of state represented by? The head of the eagle. His left wing, say Obama, came from the left. But when he became the president of the United States, he became the head of the state. It's a play on words. And which way is the head of the state turning? Towards the right, which goes back to the Nazi government. It's to depict that they control the government. Goes back to there again. Head of state. It's depicted throughout the world, ladies and gentlemen. Left and right, blue and red, blah, blah, blah. You get it. That's the harsh reality. Then the left pointing, as I said, a left pointing eagle was used by the Nazi party as the party's eagle, the symbol of the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Hold on a minute. But I thought the Nazi party happened to be on the far right. That's what I'm saying. It's the illusion. It's the lies. It's the deception. Do you see what I mean? And it's like that, the same deal. They created this whole structure right there, ladies and gentlemen. That structure right there has been basically created by them. Look at it. Left, right. All connecting up. But the illusion of being, oh no, you're a lefty, you're a righty, get rid of it. President Trump says one thing. I belong to the party of common sense. Why does he say that for, ladies and gentlemen? Why does he say that he belongs to the party of common sense? Because he literally does. He literally does belong to the party of common sense. That's the reality. Why would Q bring this to our attention? Why, ladies and gentlemen? We know why Q's doing that. You know what I mean? We know why Q's doing that. Q's telling us this for a reason. Because it's exposing the illusion of the left and right. That's why Q also tells us as well. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. Why? Because it's not, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about the left and the right. We've got to stop calling people labels. That's what they want us to do. Left and right, black and white, this, that, the other. President Trump says, I belong to the party of common sense. And now think about why he says common sense, because that's the party of George Washington. What did President Trump just recently put in his garden? A bronze statue of George Washington in the garden in DC at the White House. Why? Party of common sense, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't put a statue of Lincoln. He put a statue of George Washington, the party of common sense, because Thomas Paine wrote the common sense. Remember that thing that seeded the Constitution. And we know why President Trump wears that purple tie, because he represents the party of common sense. Red and blue, ladies and gentlemen, when you mix those two colors together, you get purple. That's what you get. And President Trump is about that. As I said, it's not about Republicans and Democrats. It's not about that at all. It's about common sense. When you mix blue and red together, you get purple. Q Job 4942. This is not about Republicans versus Democrats. This is about preserving our way of life. If America falls, the world falls. Patriots on guard. Q. Common sense. Q Job 1776. How fitting, ladies and gentlemen. 1776, the year 1776. Without the pen of the author of Common Sense, who happened to be Thomas Paine, the sword of Washington would have been raised in vain, because Thomas Paine was the author of Common Sense, that booklet that he created, and then from there seeded the Constitution that Washington fought for. And his sword would have been raised in vain, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why it's very important that we expose what's really going on here. Have a look at this. Future, right here, proves past, as Q says. Q Drop 4693. 2017, look at that. The flags are pointing on the right direction. In 1933, they were pointing in the left direction. Have a look at this. That's in the days when, in 1933, when the Nazi party were running the place, when they were doing what they were doing. Have a look at this side, ladies and gentlemen. 2017, future proves past. Like I said, Soros is on the left. Soros's work is basically to destroy America. That's what he wanted to do. 4349. And we know Soros was the one that was receiving, now remember this, Antifa were funded. Not just by Soros. No. I'm going to show you things that are going to blow your minds, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you things that's going to, and it's all going to make the world of sense what President Trump is doing, what he's doing. It's going to give you a full appreciation of what that man is doing. He's not about left and right. He's exposing him on both sides of the equation. And what is he doing? He's allowing them enough rope to go and hang themselves. And Soros is, liking him to being on the left, right, doesn't matter. Left, he's on the left. Remember, it's like they take the teams. Oh, I'll go on the left side and you go on the right side, but we're all going to work for the same beast in the middle. Same result. Same end goal. That's what they got. All working together. Destroying America will be the culmination of my life's work. Q tells us that nobody escapes this. Q drop 391. Have you ever witnessed the media, Hollywood, Democrat Party? And then you got here, foreign leaders, foreign media, to press so much hate towards the sitting president, President Trump. Why are division tactics necessary? I'm just showing you coordination. Divided, we are weak. United, we are strong. Infiltration instead of invasion. That's what JFK said in his speech. And he also said about the repugnancy of secret societies, including the Freemasonry, all of them, skull and bones, all that you can, every one of them. They will stop at nothing to regain the power. JFK's speech, ladies and gentlemen, never forget this. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. George Soros used that word, open society, as a way of being humanitarian. They use the word philanthropy. The moment you hear that word philanthropist, know this, it's the opposite. The word philanthropy, philo in Greek, means friend. Anthropy, humanity, friend of humanity. They're laughing in front of your faces. Remember, satanic ideology, opposite. Deception. That's how they work. Right at the core, satanic ideology. And we are, as people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths and secret proceedings. You can liken that. Well, who's doing that? Freemasons, ladies and gentlemen. And anyone that sits there and romanticizes that business, stop following them. Stop following them. Because JFK found it repugnant. And if you listen to what JFK said, secret oaths, which is what they do, secret proceedings is exactly what they do. You shouldn't listen to it. Well, this is what I'm saying, the hypocrites. There are hypocrites out there, like Mr. Harry, the soul man, soul coach, going out there, romanticizing Freemasonry. But yet on the same hand, he's talking about JFK this and JFK that, like they all do. No, JFK knew the treachery. That's why he said secret oaths and secret proceedings, and he's also talking about the Freemasons. He's talking about the Shiners. He's talking about all of them. He's talking about them all. He's talking about the Skull and Bone Society. And remember, who's at the crux of it all? The state of Israel. As I said, JFK said it. Infiltration instead of invasion. And what are they doing in our truth movement? They're trying to destroy it. They've got AJ, the Mossad asset, embedded here, trying to destroy and turn MAGA people against us. A Mossad asset. And remember, I've exposed the multi-channel network of infiltrators on the Kraken X, working from left to right, from right to left. And they've been playing that game. Now, as I said, Soros is on the left. So, who's on the right? Kissinger was on the right? Good old Kissinger. Look at that. You got a lovely picture there of Hillary and Soros. We know that they're involved. But then also, look at that, Rothschilds. Q drop 546. Soros and Rothschilds. Then you got Soros and John McCain. And remember, who was the one that created the State of Israel? And then also, which side did the Rothschilds, were they left or right? Or they were the puppet masters, weren't they? Right? Let's see if the Rothschilds, what were they? Were right, left? Let's have a look. Okay, let's see. Are they right or left wing? In fact, they're probably they're the ones playing the game right in the middle. So they're the puppet masters, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so you can see how they're all playing the game. Right, left, right, doesn't matter. In the Q drops, it talks about, do you believe that Hillary, Rodham, Clinton, Soros, Obama have more power than Trump? Think again. It's game over. Soros takes orders from P. Who's P? The Pope? You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. Fight, fight, fight. Days of days, which is Department of Defense. We know who was the one that called it Department of Defense. Back in the day, who created it was a Freemason, 33-degree Freemason. Okay, the President of the United States. He was the 33 president, ladies and gentlemen. Right? We all know that one. I did a whole expose on him. 33 President of the United States, right, was Harry S. Truman. Very interesting, that one. 33 President, 33-degree Mason. That's all factual. I'm sure there's no coincidences. You know that. Now, Chuck Schumer, Soros. So Chuck Schumer is connected. Chuck Schumer is connected to Playboy and all the rest of the filth. It's all coming out. It's all going to come out, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's going to come out about him. Soros controls, so this is how it works. Banks control governments. Governments control people. So the banks are the Rothschilds, control government. The government controls people. And Saudi Arabia controls the elected people. Oh, yes, they do. And don't you worry, they use Israel as well. They go that direction. So people think Saudi Arabia and Israel are separate. Think again. Plus, triple plus Saudi Arabia, double plus Rothschilds, State of Israel. And then you got Soros that controls the organizations of people. That's how it all works. And then you got Kissinger. I thought Kissinger is basically on the right. He is, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the IQ says it's not about Republicans or Democrats. You know that Soros is a Democrat, left winger. And Kissinger, we know he's a piece of shit, as well. We know what he was all about. Look at him, he's with Hillary, laughing it up. And he was also, remember, at John McCain's funeral. There, do you remember that? Did you see that little picture there, video there, with him there in the corner, tucked away? Kissinger is a piece of shit. Have a look at that. He's with Nixon. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Kissinger was part of the Republican Party. That's a fact right there, by the way. Is Henry Kissinger a Republican or Democrat? No. He's a Republican, or was a Republican. Do you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? That it's not about left and right and left. They all serve the same beast. Oh, no, he was getting nice and cozy with Hillary Clinton right there. And Henry, good old Henry, back in the day, I think it was in Egypt, he said the lines of that we would be paying, everyone in this room, that's right, stands to make a lot of money because humanity will be paying for their own extinction. Lovely little quote from Kissinger, that one was. And have a look at that. He's with Hillary there, nice and lovely, dovey and all that. No, it's not about Republicans. It's not about Democrats. They're all in this together. All of these characters are in this together, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality. The murderous legacy of Henry Kissinger. Everything that he did, basically, he did things like, look at this. He did not limit himself to academia, but he became a consultant, politicians, and presidential candidates such as Nelson Rockefeller. Yeah, Rockefeller, we know what they are all about. When Bundy became president, John F. Kennedy's NSA, National Security Advisor, Kissinger joined him as an advisor, a position he could retain under Lyndon Johnson. Recent documents reveal in his reports that basically, look at this, in the light of Kissinger's sympathy for the use of tactical nuclear weapons, he was invited to visit Israel. Oh, no surprise. We know where this is going, don't we? After all, how the hell did they get their hands on the nukes? All right? I'm sure good old Kissinger helped them along the way. Have a look at this. Was invited to visit Israel in 1962 and again in 1965, most likely by Israel's architect, there we go, of the country's nuclear program. And that comes from Shimon Peres. There you go. Kissinger, ladies and gentlemen, you can thank good old Kissinger for being the Israelis' architect for them having a nuclear program right there. And it goes on and on, the ruthless Cambodia campaign, and on and on. And that's what I'm saying. This man right here is evil, just like Soros. But do you see what I mean? It's not about the left and the right and the left. It has nothing to do with it. They're all working for the same beast, for the same end result. That's the reality right there. That's what I'm saying. Treachery, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think about it, the left, the right. No, it's all on both sides of the coin. That's the reality. Even Assange, remember when I said about ISIS? And we know what ISIS is. I've just shown you that ISIS is basically little Mossad's creation, right? And we know that ISIS is Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Well, why did they want to get their hands on Assange, ladies and gentlemen? And remember, ISIS, Obama. Who was the one that wanted to get his hands on Assange? Obama did. Why? Because he exposed what Obama was all about. And then also, Assange knew about the creators, about ISIS. Who were the ones doing what? He knew a lot of things, Assange did. And obviously, it was a threat to them because they don't want the truth coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a listen to what Julian has to say, because Julian obviously had a lot to say with regards to these little creations of theirs, and obviously Obama being involved with ISIS, John McCain. No, it's not about the right and the left and the right. They're all in this together. You know that, right? Let's have a listen to what Assange has to say. Here we go.
Early 2014 email from Hillary Clinton, so not so long after she left Secretary of State, to her campaign manager, John Podesta. That email, it states that ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Oh, do you hear that one? What Julian said? ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It all makes perfect sense to me. Do you see how it all works out? Let's go back to that little graph. Remember that one? Yes, about the triple plus being in the $6 trillion category, $6+ trillion category, calling the shots. That's why President Trump went to Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he went there first, to capitulate, because they were the ones that were funding it all. I think, remember Obama was groomed by Prince Al Walid and all that, and everyone's connected to each other. I mean, who else was working for Qatar, ladies and gentlemen? Who else was working for Qatar and who's also pro-Israel? Good old Bondi. There we go, Pamela Bondi loves Israel. Israel is our greatest ally. But then also, ladies and gentlemen, she was working for, have a look at this, the embassy of the state of Qatar. No, she was being paid. She was being paid, let's see how much? A consultancy fee. Is that what you call it, Pamela? A consultancy fee to be a trader? $115,000 per month. $115,000 per month. And Julian Assange is saying that ISIS was funded by Saudi Arabia, triple plus, Qatar, which is over there. They're all part of that gang. And then you got this business that, Pamela Bondi, loving Israel, pro-Israel, this, that, the other, and she's being paid by Qatar. So in other words, she's been funding, by the same government that has been creating ISIS, as to what Julian Assange has said. And we know the ones that have created ISIS, and that's why Obama wanted Julian gone. Do you see the level of treachery, ladies and gentlemen? The treachery that goes and runs deep. They sold their soul pretty much to Satan over and over again. Pretty much. And this is what I'm saying. There's no coincidences, ladies and gentlemen, why this came out. Let me show you a truth. Based on the statement just issued by Hamas, we know who Hamas is, their little creation, the Mossad. I believe they are ready for a lasting peace. Yes, lasting peace. And then it talks about Gaza and peace and the Middle East. And I'm thinking to myself, where are you going with this, President Trump? I know exactly where you're going. Because we go to Q drop 514, ladies and gentlemen. And what are we experiencing right now? What is the world waking up to? The atrocities. Because these atrocities have been going on since 1948. Well, Q drop 514 takes us to this, ladies and gentlemen. The Great Awakening. No coincidences, none whatsoever. Q drop 514 takes us to the Great Awakening. President Trump, thank you very much for your comms. I've got the God bumps right now. I know we are definitely on track. Great Awakening. This is a huge Great Awakening. In other words, we're heading towards the end game, and it's all going to the state of Israel, and it's pointing in that direction, leaving Israel for us, because when you start to bring Israel into the equation, guess what? Everything else joins in there. You know what I mean? So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, 5 of 5 comms are clear. President Trump's right there, his post goes to Q drop 514 as per the timestamp. He is talking about Israel. He is talking about Hamas, the creation, we know what the creation is, of the Mossad, right? Hamza, right? Hamas. Part of their satanic ideology is anagrams, deception. Why is President Trump, the only way we're going to get peace, ladies and gentlemen, is when we all unite. That's why mirrors are important. We've got peace there in capitals, and we've got peace there again. So we've got a 5 of 5, comms are clear. We go to Q drop 514, as per the timestamp, and it tells us the Great Awakening. We're here right now. There are no coincidences, none whatsoever. Then we type in the Great Awakening in the Q drops, And look at this. Bang. Do you know the Great Awakening? And then we get this, ladies and gentlemen. This Q drop right here, because it's mirrored here, Great Awakening, all together. Just like in Q drop 514, it is all together. It is not separated. It is one entire string. When you type it, you get this. You do a search. The world is connected. All or nothing. These three entities are all connected. Triple plus is Saudi Arabia. Prince Al-Walid. Also, they're tied in. They're connected to the state of Israel through the Rothschilds. Double plus. Double plus Rothschilds connects up to Soros. Trust the plan. We get massive amounts of Q, thank you letters from around the world. This is a worldwide event. Where we go one, we go all. We're all in this together. The world is watching. I don't know why. The world is watching, all right. The world is watching with great anticipation. Never believe what you're reading out there as far as getting emotionally attached. Do you see what it means to stand in your power? Knowledge is power. That's why you come here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, because I'm giving you the power. I'm giving you the knowledge. Because knowledge is power. And as Q says, knowledge should be shared without restrictions. That's why Q drop 1295, 1296, 1297. Do they ask for monthly payments? Monthly payment subscriptions? To hide things behind a paywall. I don't do that. The others do. They're too busy selling their wares. Here, I'm giving you the real take. So it's about time people show their appreciation. Thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this around the place, because it's about empowering people with the truth here. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, let me show you another trader. I think it's about time. You're all aware of Mr. Huckabee. Good old Ambassador Huckabee. The question is, people have been saying, how long has he been doing it for? I'm sorry to break your bubble or burst your bubble, but Huckabee has been doing it for a very long time. He's been remember, Huckabee, evangelist. Evangelist, ladies and gentlemen, pro-Israel. You got those entities like Mr. Huckabee, bought and sold. Oh, yes, he's bought and sold. He's been bought and sold a very long time. That's this harsh reality. Let me play you the first video of Mr. Huckabee, of him back in the day. I think it was in the early 2000s. We were speaking to a group of Zionists and telling them about what he thinks that Palestinians don't exist. They're not real. They don't. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch Mr. Ambassador Huckabee. Future, right now, is proving past. And you know that I've got the goods on everybody. Here we go.
Have to be in Israel? Yeah. What do you think about it? What's your what should have been?
And basically, I mean, there really is no such thing as, and I have to be careful saying this, because people really get upset. There's really no such thing as a Palestinian. There's not.
Before 1948, there was no.
I mean, it was Arabs and Persians. You don't, you know, there's such complexity within that. There's really no such thing. That's been a political tool to try to force land away from Israel. Well, my point is, if that's the issue, if it's real estate, if you look at a map and say, here's how much Israel has, and here's how much the Arab states hold, there's plenty of land for them to have, you know, let them take it out of Egypt, let them take it out of Syria, let them take it out of Jordan. There are plenty of places for this to be without sacrificing the Golan Heights, which would be suicide. Or suicide. And what worries me is, I mean, we've got to respect Israel's decisions to self-govern. But when I hear some of their leaders talking about giving up the Golan Heights, I'm thinking, tell me.
Mr. Huckabee, you've seen the real one, ladies and gentlemen. Future, like now, is proving the past. Huckabee is a bad seed. Just like Rubio. Rubio loves Israel, the state of Israel. You're seeing that he's connected with John McCain. Oh, yes. John McCain. No name, John McCain. And we know that John McCain has been involved with ISIS, like Obama. And we know that ISIS is a little creation of the Mossad. Another thing you need to realise, you see how they all connect up to each other. Right, left, right. They're all working for the same beast. Now, Rubio, everyone, oh, we love Rubio. Really, don't love Rubio. I've shown you the past. I've shown you what he's all about. Now, based on that, Rubio's come out there and says that McCain was like a mentor to him. Really now. Well, let's have a look at what McCain tried to do to Trump. The fact is McCain, and this is all facts, evidence and receipts, that apparently court file reveals back in 2019, that reveals the role of a McCain associate in spreading, remember the good old Steele dossier? The good old Steele dossier, ladies and gentlemen, the anti-Trump dossier. That apparently an associate of McCain was spreading the Steele dossier. Lovely, isn't it? Especially when Mr. Rubio is swore, oh, we love McCain. Oh, he did a whole spiel about him. Oh, you know, he went against Trump back in the day. He pledged his allegiance to McCain. Like Hegseth went against Trump. You all heard it, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump is exposing these entities right now. Have a look at that right there, Mr. McCain. I'm exposing him over and over and over and over and over and over again. Why they call him No Name McCain. And that's why President Trump said, yeah, no, I organised his funeral. We had his best friend there, Obama. The one that helped him, you know, with the ISIS business. The one that committed treason amongst treason. All of them did. And Rubio. Oh, don't you worry. Rubio's being set up for a major fall. Along with those other players there. Because even these entities, the one of the, you know, the Secretary of Energy and all these Lutnicks and all the rest of the gang are all bad. All of them are bad. Forget about it. They're all bad. All right? Now, future proves past. I showed you the past of Mr. Huckabee. Oh, yes. Now, just recently, did you see the celebrations in the street? Remember what President Trump says? Oh, we're dancing in the street. You remember that one? Why does President Trump say this? There's a reason in the rhyme. Oh, you know, they were so happy, ladies and gentlemen. You heard about that. They were so happy that they blew the shit out of Gaza. And now they're all too busy celebrating and dancing in the streets. That's what he said. Oh, they're dancing in the streets, really. And when that happened, what did Mr. Huckabee do? Oh, yeah. No, by the way, Huckabee's a bass player. Oh, yes, we just found that one out. When they finished blowing the shit out of Gaza, it's a future-proof past scenario anyway. We know these are controlled military operations. However, President Trump, has pulled down that black curtain and has exposed it since October the 7th. October equals 10, 7, 10 plus 7, 17 equals Q. We know that President Trump's done it. Because these atrocities have been happening for a very, 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 very long time. Now, hadn't President Trump come around? No. They wouldn't pull that black curtain down. But October the 7th, which equals 17, he's the one that did it. I mean, you saw that little thing about Hamas, how ridiculous it was with those paragliders coming down and that ridiculous thing that happened on October the 10th. That's why I know it's all controlled military operations. Right? So think about this. Huckabee, remember, all of a sudden, all these people are celebrating in the streets. Well, Huckabee decided to jump on bass, ladies and gentlemen, at a concert. Now, I want to play you this song. It's called, does everyone know that song, Sweet Home Alabama? Does everyone remember that one, Sweet Home Alabama? I do. The word Alabama rings United States of America to me. No. They grabbed that one and they changed it to Sweet Home Jerusalem. And guess who's playing bass? Just recently, they had a concert and, oh no, I'm going to play bass. Ambassador Huckabee jumped on the bass and he started playing Sweet Home Jerusalem. And you'll listen to the whole song. It's the real song. You'll hear the real song. So what I did was, you'll see Huckabee's like celebrating that they bombed the shit out of Gaza. And they're all celebrating. And that's the thing. It's going to be a very short-lived celebration for Huckabee and the gang. Here we go.
עדיין יורים עלינו. הטנקים הישראלים עומדים בפתח העיר העתיקה קדימה בתוך שער.
Flying, carry me on to see the king, singing songs about my city, Jerusalem, you're in my dreams, and I'm gonna sing, yeah. Jerusalem won't be split in two. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, Lord, I'm coming home to you. We're all waiting for Mashiach. He's coming soon. We'll all be dancing in Jerusalem, and we'll all be singing the same tune. Now that's the truth. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, Lord, I'm coming home to you. The wise men of our holy city, they've been known to pick a song or two. They help my soul when I'm hurting. They give me joy when I'm feeling blue. Now how about you? Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, Lord, I'm coming home to you. Sweet home, sweet Jerusalem, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
Lovely, that one, isn't it, eh? Your ambassador of the US to Israel is basically shitting on the United States right now. And if you looked at the comments off, forget about it. People are so pissed off and angry seeing the United States ambassador going out on stage and playing. No, don't worry about Sweet Home Alabama. No, that took a shit right there. No. Sweet Home Jerusalem. And is this a part of the movie? Pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised that Trump said, hey, you go and do that thing and show what a clown you are. All right? Go out there on stage and make a fool out of yourself. Okay? And you better go and do it. You know what I mean? Can you? I could picture President Trump saying, you're going to go out there and you're going to make a stupid idiot of yourself because you are an idiot, right? And people are pissed. It's like, what are you? What are you doing? You screwed up our song. But do you see what I mean? This is exposure plus. Just like, remember, October the 7th, 10 plus 7, 17 equals Q. Now, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, remember, symbolism is all over the place. Like I showed you, the presidential seal, the head points to the right, represents what? It's all to do with the Nazis, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the Nazis. Remember Ashkenazi? Who's an Ashkenazi? Nazi? Rothschilds. Wherever the head points means it represents the government. The steering of the minds. What else steers the mind, ladies and gentlemen? Where do you see that one? That is the Federal Reserve. The eagle, the left and the right, and the head is pointing to the right. Symbolism will be their downfall. So you can see how it all works. The deceptions, they're all connected to it. And this is what I'm saying. When you know, you're faced with a harsh reality. I mean, the facts and some receipts, you just can't dispute it. It's right in front of your face. Now let's go to the next level, ladies and gentlemen, which is what President Trump recently had this meeting. The meeting to do with Antifa. Does everyone remember that one? That was big. Because here, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it's going to get really, really, really interesting. This is where we're going to go into the money side. This is where we're going to go into some deep diving. And then also, you're going to see the players. And then you're going to get an appreciation as to what President Trump is all about. You're going to get it. And you're going to feel empowered. You're going to know what your president, our president, is basically working for humanity, for the good of all. But he has to play the game right to the very end. Now, I know a lot of people have been saying, what about the COVID jabs and this and that? That's for the next Decoders Den called Pharmakia. That one's going to be good, big. Just like this one, Pharmakia. All about the pharmaceuticals. Why is he got AstraZeneca and Pfizer and all the rest of the gang there? It will be all revealed on the Decoders Den next time, Pharmakia. Let's continue on with what I'm saying here. Now, you would have remembered in the past, not long ago, how President Trump caught up with Zuckerberg, Google. He caught up with the worst of the worst, right? You would have seen it. You would have seen how he caught up with, who else was there? IBM. Let's just call it what it is. Silicon Valley. Let me show you there are no coincidences, none whatsoever. How many people sat on that table, ladies and gentlemen? How many people sat on that table with President Trump that day? It was 33 exactly. 33. 33-degree masonry. He's exposing those entities and he's showing them which club do they belong to. Do you know what I mean? And they're showing that they belong to the 33-degree masonry club. That's why I'm saying those entities that sit there and they say Freemasonry is good and this, that, like Harry the Soul Coach, stop watching that clown. Stop enabling him and stop watching people like that. Because why would Q go around and say about Masonry, symbolism will be their downfall? It says it in the drops. And it's referring to Freemasonry. And then you got JFK that even said about it being repugnant. Secret society, secret oaths. We've got to stop enabling those cast of characters out there. Like Harry the Soul Coach. Piss him off. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you got to get rid of him. He's a virus. And unfortunately, he's been going out there and spreading garbage. Right? Now, meet all the 33 Silicon Valley power players. 33 degree masonry. They're trying to give us comms by having exactly 33 people on that table to expose that these people are part of the Freemasonry Club. And he's got them all there. And we know Sergey Brin is no good. We know that these cast of characters are no good. Sam Altman. All these cast of characters are no good. So why did he bring him there? To expose them. Remember, comms are very important. So in other words, he's got him there and having exactly 33 has exposed that these entities, no, they're not his friends. He's actually exposing these cast of characters. That's why you got the 33 number. It is genius. The key word here is Silicon Valley power players. People don't realize the amount of, shall we say, interference. Not only interference, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about to the detriment of humanity. To the detriment. President Trump, as I said, that's the comms we got there for a reason. He had exactly 33 people on that table. Now, let's go to this decode section here. It's going to make the world of sense. So now please keep that in mind. Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, think about everyone you could possibly imagine. Amazon, all these cast of characters. Elon, all of them, all part of that club. Zuckerberg, Google, the whole box and dice, YouTube, everything you could possibly imagine. And then all of a sudden, they're becoming Trump's friends. Don't you find it odd? It is odd. And it's been done by design to expose them. Let me show you the video. Let's go through this video and we're going to get decode together. Okay, you're going to really get a lot from this, ladies and gentlemen. I did a lot of hard work, a lot of deep diving with this one. And how about we take the time now? Thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this all around the place. Let's get the message out there. A lot of hard work and effort went into this, as I said. Let's bring that in there. Let's remove that off there. Rightio. Just preparing, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This
great
is
team
an,
over there. Great negotiation.
okay, so I'm just setting it up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time where he spoke about Antifa. Lots of comms. Loads of comms. Okay? Now, Antifa, as you know, yes, it's Soros is the one that funds it, but there are others as well. We know they're a scam. We know that Antifa, have a look at this. Q drop 4673. Why is Antifa.com redirect to Biden's donation page? Similar to BLM and DNC? Do you see what I mean? So Q is giving us the connections as well. Q drop 337. Patriots, rest assured, we are in control. Antifa was organised purely for optics regarding division. Do you know that military intelligence, President Trump, they infiltrated them? Q says it's fake. Don't believe it. The country is not divided. The fake news are working to basically give you that narrative. Estimated 4 to 6% we considered hopeless and forever brainwashed. So, obviously, the country is not divided. The fake news has been pushing that narrative to try and also create the illusion of division. And Antifa was organised purely for optics regarding division. Form Antifa violent group designed to install fear in free speech, hatred for America, sheep follow blinding. It's exactly the same playbook, ladies and gentlemen, that came back from the Nazi days. Remember? Left, right, left, same thing. Future proves past. Look at that. Future, the Antifa, proves a past to do with the Nazi party. Left and right. Look at that. Coincidence? There are none. Anti-American domestic terrorists. Organised fascists. We know what the fascists are. They're supposed to be the right. But I thought they were on the left. That's the illusion. Extreme radicals. Why is the word radicals with an S? Why has it got a plural? Because it's referring to the left and the right. Because it's not about left or right. It's about both. POTUS action coming. Investigations may lead to domestic and foreign support targets. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention to that little phrase over there. Didn't President Trump say, oh yes, we're going to put Antifa not only on the domestic terrorist list, but he turned around to Rubio and said, and also to Pamela Bondi, about making them on the foreign, as a foreign terrorist list as well. Future proves past, ladies and gentlemen. Future proves past. President Trump knows what he's doing. The scam is finished. Complete blackout by the fake news media. That's why the mainstream media need to be decimated, destroyed. Are they afraid of US patriots engaging in the same tactics? This is the thing also, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to realise this. You know when you got Antifa and they're supposedly on the left, right? Let's go back to that little thing. Because you know what? I've thought about this and it will make perfect sense. You know they work on the system of left, right, left, using the bird, right? The eagle, right? Left, right, the illusion of left and right. That's what they base everything on. Right? Have a think about this. If Antifa, like we know, they call them the socialists, are on the left, who here in the chat has heard about Patriot Front. Where would you put them? So if they are on the left, Antifa, remember duality, control, Patriot Front would be on the right, all working for the same beast in the middle, all working together, all working coordinated, but the illusion of the left and the right again. So in other words, on the left we got Antifa, the socialists. Then on the right-hand side, we've got the Patriot Front. They also are wearing masks, just like Antifa. But then also, haven't you seen them? They've got resemblance of the Nazis. You've seen Antifa, they've got the Nazi flag business going on. I've shown you that one. And then you've got the other ones, the Patriot Fronts, that are doing the same thing, but on the opposite side. Do you see the illusion? And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, when you know you've been lied to, you know you've been lied to. And this is why this whole thing about January 6th, oh yes, you're going to know the real, when I mean the real truth about it, you're going to know the real truth about it. Because it's not just, these people in the guise of being MAGA supporters and all. No. The left and the right and the left, they're all playing the game together. Don't you worry about that one right there. Don't you worry. Remember the little Patriot Front? Oh yeah, let's go into there. And all these other little cast of characters, you know what they're like. American white nationalist neo-fascist group. Right. So we've got Antifa on the left side. We've got these guys on the right side. And to me, they look like a bunch of cowboys that basically, as I said, you might as well, look, they're wearing white. Have a look at this. It's a joke. It really is. It's an insult of our intelligence, ladies and gentlemen. So as I said, you liken Antifa to being on this side, on the left, right? And these guys, Patriot Front, you can liken them to being on the right. And can you see how they've got the similarities, all working together, all playing that little game of theirs? Oh, don't you worry, they haven't had me fooled. And there are people that think they've had me fooled. And they've been playing the game with their little 666 signs. No. Think again. I was on to you for a very long time. And so was Carol, weren't we, Carol? We know exactly who we're talking about, don't we? Mr. 666. No, we're not going to be fooled again. And that's what I'm saying. These cast of characters that play these little games, it's all about division. It's all about lies and deception. And Carol knows. Carol, you know who I'm talking about, don't you? You know who I'm talking about. And that little man was floating that little 666 sign around the place, making it like he was, on the right side. No, this is all coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Their little deceptions and their lies. The Patriot Front playing that game on the right. Antifa playing the game on the left. No. We know what the take is. We're not stupid. We know what they're all working towards. And we all know they're working the one in the middle. Because at the end of the day, what are they trying to do? It's all about control. And you want to talk about satanic deception right there? Ideology? Well, they're in the middle of it. The good and evil. Remember, the heroes and the villains. Well, let's talk about that. Antifa, the villains. The heroes, Patriot Front. Again, duality. What has that duality done? It's been controlled by the entity in the middle again. Division, control. manipulation. And it's so easily done, and you could see it, how gullible people are. How gullible are people. That they believe the garbage of the right, the left, the right. And they're so quickly to jump on that little bandwagon. It's all about satanic ideology, deception, and in guises. So you got the guise of Antifa being for the people. Antifa, grassroots. You know what I mean? Antifa, standing up for oppression. And then you got the other side doing the same sort of thing, but on the right. Left, right, left, right, left. No, we're not going to be biting that garbage. Because Jan 6, ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait for the real truth. And when I mean the real truth, because there are people going out there and they're playing the Jan 6 victims. They play the Jan 6 victims very, 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 very well. And that is also, think about this. What did we talk about? What did we talk about? Assets. And I wonder what assets, who they were working for. That's the question. Who were they working for? Just like Mr. Pot Smoker Nick Alvier, that clown right there. Who were you working for, Nick Alvier? You went there, you smoked a little doobie in the middle, and all of a sudden you're a hero. A hero, a big hero. No, you're a zero. And all these others, they went out there and they did all this pounding of the chest and we're, here for the people and all that. No, you're there to create division. That's what you were there for. And you were bought and sold. You play the hero of being the Jan 6 hero. And realistically speaking, you are about dividing people. That's what you're all about. Creating havoc and division. President Trump knew this, don't you worry. He was watching it all unfold. And don't you worry, he knows what's going to happen. He's got it all planned out for those cast of characters, because these cast of characters thought they got away with it. Think again. Just like these people, they just give them enough rope, and the time will come where you will just hold on to that rope, and that rope will be, the end of that rope will be at the end of their necks, because they sold out. They sold out. And especially those people that were laughing and doing the 666 photos. And then I think again, I was on to you, and so was Carol. That's the reality right there. And we know what the little game is, to create division. That's what it was. Don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is going to come out, and those people are going to wish they were never born. That's all I've got to say. But anyway, let's get back to this. As you can see, deception, ladies and gentlemen. Deception. It's all about deception. Treachery is at foot. President Trump knows the treachery, the level of treachery, and he's got to play the game. He really does. The other thing you need to remember is that how did they get money to Antifa? Did you think that Soros would give his money to Antifa? No. It comes from the taxpayer. That's where it comes from. And also, remember, the politicians and entities, they have foundations. Oh, yes, Q-Drop 491 tells us, how a senator's worth millions of dollars? How does Maxine Waters have a house of $4 million where the maths doesn't add up? How does Obama, for example, come in worth less than $1 million and walks away with millions and millions of dollars, and he becomes an author, and he becomes, shall we say, someone of intellect, and he's selling millions and millions of books and making millions and millions of dollars? Yeah. How do you get money from point A to point B? How many past current politicians have foundations and institutions? They all seem to have foundations, like Nancy Pelosi Foundation. They all have a foundation or an institution. John McCain had an institution, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality right there. They're corrupt. They're broken. They're traitors. Justice needs to be happening. Jail. They need all to be put to death. Q, right there. I agree with Q. 120%. I can't wait to see the justice. I think we're at the point, ladies and gentlemen, where we're all hungry for justice. All of us. I'm putting my hand up, and I'm sure we're all feeling that same way. Now, think about this. President Trump knows what's going on. He's not stupid. Here we go. Get ready for it. This is what you've all been waiting for.
A great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also.
Great, great, great. Yeah, we know what that means, President Trump. The opposite. He's talking about what's going on over, to do with Israel.
I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday. Muslim, all of the Muslim countries are included.
What he's saying there, ladies and gentlemen, the Muslim countries are all included. Oh, yes, they are. You just saw House of Sword, triple plus. Remember, all these issues and problems, this whole atrocity, the Holocaust that they've been doing in there. Remember, oh, yes, let me give you another example. You know that flag, that satanic flag of Israel, right? You all know it too well. Let's go through that one together. So basically, you know how you got the 666s. We worked it out, how it all works out. Founded on Aryan supremacy. Well, we know that Nazi, Ashkenazi, Rothschild, basically Hitler was a Rothschild as well. His granddaddy Rothschild now expelled millions from their homes. What did they do? So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, the contrast? This is the contrast, and this is not against the people. I just want to make something very, very clear. It's against the establishment. That's what it's against. So let's compare the pair. Have a look at this. Right, that represents Orion. Right, the different positions, the 4 seasons of Orion order. Okay, now this here, have a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, 6 triangles, and 6 sides, 666. Both represent satanic, right? Satanic ideology. Founded on Jewish supremacy, expelled millions from their homes. You could see that the contrast, putting racial groups into ghettos. What did they do in Israel with the Palestinians, ladies and gentlemen? They created the Gaza Strip and West Bank. They put them into ghettos. So realistically speaking, they've been committing their own Holocaust right under our very noses since 1948. Using dehumanizing language for undesirable. You heard what Mr. Huckabee talked about the Palestinians, what he thought about them. Undesirable language he was using. Enforce collective punishments. Signature method, gas chambers. Well, signature method, carpet bombing. Can you see the contrast? Nothing has changed. In fact, the state of Israel have been using their own people as human shields. They don't care. They do not care. That's the harsh reality. The harsh reality, ladies and gentlemen. And I know it's harsh, and I get it. But you know what? People really need to know how deep this treachery really goes. That's the harsh reality.
All of the Arab countries are included.
And as I said, all the Arab countries are included. He's given us comms. 5 of 5 comms are clear. What he's talking about is all the Arab countries are included. What did Assange say? Julian Assange. Who created ISIS? Qatar, Saudi Arabia. ISIS, we know that's to do with Israel. Israel, we're committing a genocide They put him into ghettos. They did exactly the same thing. It's a future-proof past, ladies and gentlemen, a future-proof past. Exactly the same thing. And they're all part of the club. You think Yasser Arafat, he was in bed with bloody Netanyahu and all these others. They're all in bed with each other. Why didn't they stop it? Why didn't they? Now all of a sudden they're jumping up and down. You know why they're jumping up and down? Because President Trump, October the 10th, so October the 7th, which equals 17, which equals Q, basically there's your comps. He's the one that did this and he ripped the black curtain down and showed the Wizard of Oz and exposed what's really going on. Thank you very much, President Trump, because now you got Europe that's jumping up and down. Part of the Western, all these Western world parts are jumping up and down. You got the Arab nations and all that jumping up and down. Why weren't they jumping down up and down in the first place when these atrocities were taking place? Because they were all part of it. And President Trump is saying they were all included. 5 of 5 comms are crystal clear, President Trump. Thank you.
Leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country.
Left-wing threat. He's identifying now Antifa. We know what they're all about.
Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately. And
there you go. So we're speaking about Antifa. Now, Antifa, ladies and gentlemen, they've got to get their money. They get money. People think Soros. No, it's much bigger. It's much bigger than what you could possibly imagine. Because it's not just Antifa. There's all BLM, right? That was all created by them. All these different groups are created and they get their money from various funds. Oh, don't you worry. This is going to blow your minds. Here we go.
I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs.
So Texas? I thought Texas was a red zone or a red state. Didn't you think that Texas was a red state? I thought Governor Abbott was running the show there, President Trump. So what are they doing there? We know that they run rampant in Portland and California and all the other places that are blue zones. Don't you find it very interesting that it happened in a red zone? Very interesting, isn't it? And this is the thing, the way they got this little system set up is like this. It's all a network. It's a network, well-funded. That's why President Trump says about, oh, gee, they got beautiful printed up signs, lovely paper. The way they've done it, they must be, he's telling you they're funded and they're well-funded. The question is where the funds have been coming from. People think of Soros, no, think bigger. Think bigger. And then you're going to realize and you're going to get an appreciation as to what President Trump's doing.
Have repeatedly attacked our offices and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to, the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland.
Does everyone remember Portland when they said, oh, the summer of love? And you had seen, was it CNN or one of those cast of characters that were in front and the buildings behind them were on fire. And they're saying, this is the summer of love. This is, no, they're protesting. They're in their rights to burn the shit down. Does everyone remember that? No, I remember it.
And you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. The epidemic of left.
So you think about it also. What's President Trump doing? Future-proof's past. But then also, he's saying, well, hold on a minute. We know that President Trump's got control over the whole situation. Question is, you need to have your assets in place, don't you? So in other words, you need to have an excuse to go there and bring in the military, the National Guard, to go to Chicago, to go to Portland, to go to Texas, to go to where you need to go, you need to put him in those places strategically, because obviously, as a good chess player, as a master strategist, you got to have your assets in place. Because obviously, when you're heading towards a checkmate, what happens, ladies and gentlemen? You got to make sure you have your assets in place. That's why I know that we're heading towards the end game. Now, all roads lead to Obama. Remember, in the arrangement of this chess game, Obama is the king and Hillary is the queen. That's why Q said that basically, why didn't we get them from the very beginning? Why didn't we go after Hillary from the very beginning publicly? Because that would mean the end of the game. You don't go after the queen and the king at the beginning of the chess match. You got to take down the low levelers, and this is why it's taken 8 years, because it has to be done organically to awaken a mass consciousness, because they're going to get it to a point where the people are going to demand for them to be locked up. So then what are you doing right now? President Trump is bringing in his chess pieces, which is the military. Remember, the military is the only way. It's the only way. Q has said that many times. So he's getting his chess pieces ready. All right, here we go. You're going over to Chicago. Bang. You're going over to Portland. There you go. You're going over to Texas. You're going. So he's getting all his assets in place, and that is indicative of that we're heading towards the massive takedown. And don't you find it interesting that they're going to be putting military and the National Guard and the Marines or military into Chicago, the very place that where Obama's stomping grounds were? There are no coincidences, none whatsoever. He's the master strategist. He knows what he's doing.
Left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid.
You heard what he just said. Antagonizers, agitators, and they're paid. Anarchists, paid. The money has to come from somewhere. Let's continue on.
But we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with.
There we go. Some of the people I know, some of the people I dined with. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the people I know and some of the people I dined with. He's referring to them, ladies and gentlemen. He's referring to the Silicon Valley power players, Zuckerberg, all of these cast of characters, because they've all been contributing to a fund or funds. All Sam Altman, all of Silicon Valley. No, they're all been contributing to creating all these problems, funding Antifa, funding all those nefarious projects. The Zuckbucks came from, don't forget about the Zuckbucks. Interference. Do you think President Trump forgot? That's why we got the 33 comms, ladies and gentlemen. Those that he was having dinner with. It's going to get more and more interesting, especially when I show you the cash.
We're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper. These are paid anarchists.
There you go. Made out of beautiful, expensive paper. Do you see what I mean? He's emphasizing that they are paid, but the money has to come from somewhere.
This is what they do, is they incite, when you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence.
So basically what he's doing is they're trying to use, so think about this. Soros's little attorneys, DAs, whatever he's using out there, is basically using the, shall we say, the freedom of speech, the First Amendment, to give people the right to go and burn the flag. But President Trump is saying this. Oh, you know what happens? Yeah, no, they're using that First Amendment. However, the byproduct of that is violence, insurrection. So in other words, he's grabbing it from that angle. No. Sorry, freedom of speech is one thing. Yeah, it's within your rights to go and burn the flag under they're using the First Amendment. But he says, what happens is that when people burn that flag, basically people lose their minds and it incites violence. So he's using that angle, insurrection. And you know what he means by that? He's bringing in the military. Do you see the genius of this master chess player right here?
Many examples of it. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye.
Blackened eye, very interesting term. President Trump, blackened eye, the Black Eye Club.
Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble.
There you go. So those who support and fund, so in other words, the ones that actually give the money and fund these campaigns, like, Antifa, are in serious trouble. And he said those people that were, I know there are people that I dined with. So he knows. This is what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. He knows. And it's all going to make perfect sense very soon. Here we go.
We have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who...
And we thank Pamela Bondi, especially with her connections to Qatar. And we know what Qatar are all about. Creating ISIS, funding ISIS, and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we all get it. She's all part of this filth. And remember, Pamela Bondi, good old McCain. She loved John McCain. Remember? John McCain, we miss you, lovey-dovey. She's all in all this and all that. John McCain. No. And we know what McCain's all about. And we know McCain is connected to Soros. Remember that? And Soros is connected to here, right here. And think about this. Why isn't Pamela Bondi gone out there and done the business? Hasn't anyone asked that question? Why? She's going out there doing a song and dance. Remember this. She does a little song and dance about the Epstein files. That goes to the shitter. Everything she does a song and dance about, it's all a distraction. It's an illusion to act like she's doing something that she basically is going to see right through. No. It's a distraction, ladies and gentlemen. And she's playing the game that, no, we're going to get these bad Antifa people and all that. Really now, Pamela, when we know that what team you're really batting for, along with your friend Rubio.
By the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. And she exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators.
Okay, this is where he speaks about Blumenthal. Now, let me explain to you. Future proves past. So he's speaking about Blumenthal and how Pamela Bondi, get this is so funny. Because it's just so funny, you just cannot stop laughing at this whole ridiculousness. Think about it from this perspective. You want to reintroduce a narrative. Remember, President Trump called out McCain for being a zero. No, and then you got Rubio going out there and, we love McCain, this, that, the other, and he was his little mentor. Then Pamela Bondi, remember Pamela Bondi? Oh, no, we love McCain too. Remember that one? And everyone seems to be loving McCain. So Trump basically rubs it in her face right now. And he talks about Blumenthal because Blumenthal also takes the stance of being remember, McCain was supposedly a veteran with the Vietnam War, a hero, right? So what? He was a hero to do with the Vietnam War. President Trump said, no, he isn't. He's a zero. Good old headset. No, Trump's wrong. Remember back in the day, all for McCain and not for Trump. Pamela Bondi, a McCain lover. Marco Rubio, you heard what he said about Trump and how much he loves McCain. And we know what McCain's all about. So, in other words, Trump is about to shove it right in Pamela's face. This is the genius of this man. He's going to shove it in her face, and she's going to get it. Because apparently she went out, and remember, with Blumenthal. And remember, it's not about left and right, right and left, because Blumenthal's on the left, right? McCain was on the right. Blumenthal's coming out there and said that he's a war hero as well during the Vietnam War. So basically, it's another future proves past again. You see the genius. So he's reintroducing this McCain narrative. Have a listen to this. It's an absolute genius.
People like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam.
How's that? It's like a future proofs past about McCain. Look at her face, ladies and gentlemen. Look at her face. Look at that expression on her face. It's like shoving that shit right in her face, and she's sitting there and she has to eat it up. Isn't it a genius of this man right there? You know, remember Pamela Bondi? Oh, McCain's a war hero, this, that, the other. We love McCain. Yes, McCain this and McCain that. And we know that McCain was a piece of shit. He was a degenerate. Okay? And then you got Pamela Bondi eating shit, basically. Oh, that's the genius of President Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, who were the ones that supported McCain? Oh, yes. Who was his mentor? Wasn't Marco Rubio? You know, he was looking up to John McCain. Yes. Pamela Bondi loved McCain. There's nothing good about McCain. Remember Pamela Bondi? No. I would be there and I'll say, Pamela, let me just show you something. I know what President Trump's alluding to. I should be going home crying. U.S. Senator John McCain was a war hero, a public servant, and a great American. My heart breaks for him. Oh, yes. And you see how they're all connected up? And President Trump, the genius, is shoving its shit right in front of her face.
For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with. And it was exposed that...
Look at her face, guys. You can see it. He's absolutely enjoying shoveling the shit right in front of her face. Eat that one, Pamela.
Somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her and she's a patriot. I mean, what Blumenthal did.
Do you see that? Oh, he criticized Pam and she's a patriot here with a Y, President Trump. And I mean what Blumenthal did. So do you see what I mean? Look at her face. Her expression says it all. Isn't that lovely, guys? Don't you love it when President Trump is actually giving him a side dish of bloody shit straight to the head?
He was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, sanctimonious kind of a guy. Looks down, how dare you do this to the American public,
when he said sanctimonious, you know what came to my mind? Good old Ron DeSanctimonious. That's what came to my mind.
What a fake.
What a fake. He shoved it straight up her bum, guys. It was a genius move. Well done, President Trump. You are a legend. That's all I'm going to say. You're awesome.
And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization.
Yeah, no, Pamela, we're not buying your garbage. Just like everything else you've been selling with Noam.
We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it.
Yeah, they got away with it because, obviously you're in the club as well, Pamela.
Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their
Do you see what I mean? Let's blame the left. Let's blame the left. No, left, right, same shit. I've just proven it to you over and over again.
actions. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps.
I was in Portland yesterday.
Oh, Apple and Google, no, don't you worry, they're involved in that shitfest as well. Apple and Google and all the, remember, Silicon Valley, think of them all. That's all you got to remember to do. Think of them all, ladies and gentlemen.
Yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets.
You know, they've been exposed. So they're exposing what they're in. They're going to be tied to all this garbage in the end.
Ignore what's going on, or sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her.
Oh no, the founders of Antifa, I'm sorry, Gnome, you need to go way, 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 way back to the days of Nazi Germany. That's where you need to go.
Her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out.
Oh, no, I'm going to show you the network right now and who's connected. Because President Trump is right. He's correct. When he said that those people that are been funding these entities are the ones that I've been sitting with and dining with, he's pretty much nailed it right there.
Focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA.
Oh, no, there we go. They're as much sophisticated as MS-13. We know who MS-13 was. They're the ones that did all the wet work for the deep state, right? Then you got, and we know MS-13 got paid with Bitcoin underneath using the dark web. Right. Then you got ISIS. We know who ISIS is. Good old Israel. Mossad. They're all as sophisticated. Yeah, they're all as sophisticated because they're all been receiving money from the billionaire club.
As ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as...
No, do you see? As Hezbollah, as Hamas. Yeah, no. It goes back to what I said before, ladies and gentlemen. Who are the creators of all that filth? Well, as you know, the three H's, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis, they're the ones that created good old Israel again, Mossad. They need an excuse to create the villain. So they got the, we're the heroes. We're going to go in there and we're going to clean up shop. We're the heroes. They're the villains. They need the villains to go and do what they want to go and do and create the greater Israel. And they'll do anything they possibly can. And they are a sophisticated network because they're all connected. And the thing is also, you've got to ask yourself the question, who's the ones funding it all? Now, we know that House of Sword, Triple Plus, have been funding them as well. But they're also the billionaire club, ladies and gentlemen, that have been funding all these little organizations as well.
All of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years.
We are following the money. Money never lies.
Yeah, that's right, Cash. The money never lies. He's right there. Follow the money. Oh, don't you worry. FCB followed the money right up the wazoo. Don't you worry about that one. That's what I'm saying. Get ready.
And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network.
Now, if I'm going to wait for you, Cash Patel, and Pamela Blondie, and all the rest of the gang over there, we'll be waiting till hell freezes over. No, FCB, the investigative journalist, has done the digging and is about to expose the network as to who has been doing what.
Of organized criminal thugs until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism.
Okay, so you better live up to your promise, especially when I've got all my facts and receipts at hand, Cashy. You're going out there making all these statements. I will find the money, the donors, the organization's already done that already. It's time for the truth to be known, and it's about time that you and the gang did something about it.
That we have.
And President Trump, you mentioned that flag.
Oh, that flag that apparently Antifa was putting on fire. And have a listen to what he says to Pamela.
So remember, you put out a truth right after I
That's right. I saw that.
took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
I saw. Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam?
Give it to Pamela. You know, give it to Pamela. No action, Pam, because she's part of the
Give
filth.
it to the Attorney General and let's start prosecutions.
Oh, yeah, no, let's start prosecutions, Pamela. Let's start prosecutions. No. Have you noticed that it's all been dragging on?
To Mr. President, this is a...
Now, this one right here, ladies and gentlemen. This man, I think he's from Doge. Okay? This man right here, he tells us where to look. Get ready. Here we go.
money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer, and my...
The government, so basically he's working for Doge, I think. He's working at, getting at who is doing what, and here we go, right?
I and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex.
It's called the protest industrial complex, ladies and gentlemen. The protest industrial complex. Who are these cast of characters? Yes, they exist. Number one, they all work together with the mainstream media. And there's also, as I said, the Billionaire Club. Okay? So you got all these MSNBC, CNN, CBS. President Trump speaks about these two being the worst of the worst, right? Done by design. And what they are is a network, ladies and gentlemen, and the mainstream media, and they're all controlled, and the mainstream media got money. What do you think the mainstream media are going to do it for nothing? No. And then who controls the mainstream media? The House of Sword again, right? So basically this whole network, or spider web as I like to call it, okay, he's going to be talking about Riot Inc., the protest industrial complex, but then we're going to go deeper. Get ready for it.
Complex, Riot Inc., and we found a network of NGOs.
What they call non-government organizations. So basically NGOs, non-government organizations. In other words, slush funds. Think slush funds. That's what you got to think.
So it's not just the Soros network.
So it's not just the Soros network. No. Soros this is what I'm saying, is a lot more involved.
The Open Society Network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella Funding Network.
Let's talk about the first one on the rank. This is the big one, Arabella Funding Network. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this one. And this is what I'm saying. There are no coincidences, none whatsoever. Now, the Arabella Network, okay, is run by Eric Kessler. Right? Good old Eric. Eric Kessler is a founder, is basically the front man. But remember, they use the word philanthropy strategy, foundation management. Different funds do different functions. Environment function. So basically all that, that thing about the environment, global warming, climate change, to push that agenda. They need funds to be able to push that agenda. If they want to push political change through a fund, because they need funding, such as Antifa and all those other entities like Black Lives Matter and all the rest of them, they've got to get money from somewhere, right? Number one, the largest donor, ladies and gentlemen, the largest donor by far, okay, happens to be Fidelity Investment Charitable Gift Fund. That one right there is a question mark. In other words, anyone could be putting money in there. Right here, the third largest donor is the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard correctly. Silicon Valley, all those entities like, shall we say, Apple, Google, all of those Zuckerbergs and the gang are all part of that. Remember that 33 business that I showed you before? No, they're all been contributing to this fund Okay, and basically much of the funding can be attributed by Zuckerberg. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good old sucky Zuckerberg. Him right there. Okay? Yes, him. Now, let's have a look at the various funds, shall we? Let's break it down. Number one, there are certain funds, certain functions. Number one, you got there the 1630 fund. This all falls under the Arabella network, right? Under the whole network. Dark money, ladies and gentlemen, dark money organization that basically the money goes in and they're from 6030 fund is funded by left of center donors. Have a look at this. George Soros, Zuckerberg, Chan Zuckerberg, his wife, and the rest of the gang. Don't you worry, you're going to see Gates as well. Gates, Bill Gates. Remember Billy Boy Gates sitting there dining with President Trump? Look at that. The Arabella Network had received over $450 million in grants. There you go, ladies. That's why I say don't worry about President Trump putting all those entities on the table. And that's why I said he's exposing them by saying, the ones that I had dinner with. There we go, $450 million in grants from the Great Gates, look, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It ties with a shadowy consultant firm known as Arabella Advisors. Isn't that lovely? Do you see how FCB brings all the dots together? We're all getting it under the word of philanthropy, screwing over humanity, basically. And then we've got these different funds, right? So let's have a look. Buffett, Warren Buffett. We all know Warren Buffett, multi-billionaire. Okay, everyone should know Warren. He basically put about 74 mil in this fund. There's different funds. This fund's called the Hopewell Fund, but it's all under the Arabella Network. Open Society, 16 million, George Soros. Have a look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Silicon Valley Community Foundation. And that is all of them from Silicon Valley, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Gates, Zuckerberg, the whole box of dice, Mr. Amazon Man, all of those cast of characters have been contributing $15 million. The Rockefellers, after all, it's $10 million. Then you got Hewlett Packard, otherwise known as HP. You know, your computers, your printers, and all the rest of them. Well, guess what? They have been contributing to trying to destroy President Trump. All these entities right here have been giving all their money. That's just one fund, by the way. That's the Hopewell Fund under the Arabella Network. All that money over there to screw over Trump. Okay, that's how it works. Now let's go to the next one, the NVF Fund. Yeah, the New Venture Fund. They call it a non-profit, because basically all the money's going on in there, and basically it's all about screwing over and look at that. Left of center organizations, various programs, global health, Billy Boy Gates. All the, to remember what Billy Boy said, 15%, we can shave off 15% and get rid of 15% off the population. Well, the money's got to come from somewhere. And all the garbage, the education, to do with the, are you a boy or a girl and all that sort of other crap, the social changes, all that sort of crap comes from this fund right here. Let's see who is involved in that one. The New Venture Fund. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This is big money right here. The Fidelity Investment Charitable Gift Fund. Everyone can put in there 341 mil. The next one, Billy Boy Gates, right there. $209 million, ladies and gentlemen. $209 million. Then you got the Ford Foundation, 76 million. Rockefellers, $66 million, and Open Society, which is good old Soros. Right there. And then you got the HP, again, Hewlett Foundation, $56 million. You got Johnson Foundation, Wellspring. Oh, yeah, everyone heard about Wellspring Philanthropic Fund? They're all in it together, all in this shit fest together, ladies and gentlemen. And there's some more. There we go. So we got all that business going on. Then we've got the Windfall Fund, which is another network which is within the Arabella network for dark money. And they've been giving, remember, they use these various funds for various things to do. So look at this right here. We got Hewlett Packard again. We got all these cast of characters. Sergey Brin. Google, ladies and gentlemen. Sergey Brin runs Google. Right there, 15 million. Tides Foundation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. The Tides Foundation. Also involved. Hewlett Packard. There we go. Packard Foundation again. Do you see how it all connects up? So they've been going around thinking that Trump's some sort of idiot. No. See, Zuckerberg is basically, look at that, the third largest donor, Silicon Valley Community Foundations. Well, let's go back to that little shall we say, article. The article that I had before about who did President Trump caught up with? The 33 Silicon Valley. There we go. I'm sure Zuckerberg won't be laughing it up very soon. Valley power players. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. So you can see that what President Trump makes perfect sense. Oh, no, the ones that I had dinner with, well, you can see. Do you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Don't despair. See how you're standing in your power right now? Others are sitting there calling Trump all these nasty names. They're so quick to jump. Oh, see, he's with him, and he's with that, and he's with this. He's bad. He's evil. You've heard all that disgusting, filthy names. But FCB's giving you the real take. I've actually done all the deep diving for you. Let's have a look at this. Do you know when he said about there are entities also, foreign entities, that are involved? Yes, this guy right here. From the Burger Action Fund, which is known as Hans-Jörg Wyss, a Swiss billionaire, he's been interfering in US elections, ladies and gentlemen, and it's well documented. It's right there. Good old Zuckerberg, and also the owner and the founder of eBay has also been involved in interfering in the elections as well through these various funds that have been set under the Arabella network right there. Now, as I said, it's time for people to start waking up. There's Mr. Weiss. He's a native Swiss businessman, a philanthropist. There we go, that philanthropist title again. They all seem to be using that philanthropist title, don't they? A friend of humanity. No, they want to screw over humanity. And Billy Boy Gates calls himself a philanthropist. No, think opposite. Known for his vast environmental and political donations through the Weiss Foundation. Now, think about this. This guy was born in Switzerland, and now he lives in the United States. I would be putting him straight into some sort of godforsaken Alcatraz right now, and has protected over 40 million acres of land. Lovely. And a significant portion of his wealth comes from his previous work in the medical device industry. So he's connected to Big Pharma as well. Do you see what I mean? So they're all connected up to a major shit fest of, disgusting filth. The big three, the cover of Arabella, the network, the Capital Research Center, newly published book features pictures of the big three, Bill Gates, Soros, and Zuckerberg. Remember when President Trump said, hey, I dined with them. Why didn't you just say, hey, you, Billy, and the gang are all going to be, hanging from the end of a rope? I would have been much more satisfied. Now, Gates, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Billy Boy Gates, through his private foundation, had reported, think about this, staggering $63.6 billion, ladies and gentlemen. According to the database maintained on the foundation's website, the Gates Foundation has committed $180 million to the Arabella managed non-profits from 2018 to 2023. Think about those dates. Trying to destroy Trump. He gave a total of $180 million from the period of 2018. So President Trump would have been gearing up for the next election. And then right through to 2023. And do you think for a moment that President Trump forgot this treachery? No. Don't you worry about that one. He never forgets. That's what I'm saying. Soros, ladies and gentlemen, through his network of grant-making organizations under the umbrella known as the Open Society Foundation, according to its online database from 2018, there we go, through to 2022, this network was basically the Arabella network was given a total from Soros $153 million, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Right there. The facts, evidence, and receipts cannot be disputed. Mark Zuckerberg, also through the network of grant makers under the broad Chan Zuckerberg Initiative umbrella, included Chan Zuckerberg. Chan is his wife. Using that system right there, initiative donor advised fund housed at the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. So they use these various means to channel money across. Then, being a foundation, an organization, this is all part of the rort, that these entities don't have to pay tax. They're above and beyond because, after all, the tax system basically is designed to benefit, as I said, the cabal, the deep state. According to an online database, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative committed to a combined $83 million to the Arabella advisors. The treachery, ladies and gentlemen, it runs deep. And that's what I'm saying. President Trump is exposing. That's why he said, hey, Pamela, how about we go and go and do some damage? How about remember, we're going to go after those that have been funding Antifa. Well, who's the ones that have been funding Antifa? They have, the Arabella. But they've been funding much, much more, interfering in the elections. The facts, evidence, and receipts are all there. It equates to billions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. This is the campaign that they had created against President Trump. And President Trump is going to blow this sky high. Do you see what I mean? President Trump has to do what he has to do. He has to play the game right to the very end. Now do you get a full appreciation of what that man is doing? People are getting upset. Oh, why is he dining with Bill Gates? Why is he dining? Well, I showed you why, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you come here, because I'm going to give you the hardcore facts, the evidence and the receipts. You don't get that anywhere else. You know that. You don't get that anywhere else. And then also he speaks about the Tides Funding Network. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you've all heard about the Tides Funding Network. That's their logo right there, Tides. Isn't that lovely? One direction pointing to the left, the other direction pointing to the right, left and right. Oh, yes. It's all the same little game that they play. All that little deception game, left and right and left. And remember, you've seen the cast of characters, Silicon Valley. Who is involved in that one, ladies and gentlemen? Who is involved with Silicon Valley? Well, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is in Silicon Valley, and they got a little fund there, like you said, like I showed you before, that they don't have to disclose where they're from. So, for example, you had Bill Gates showing Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, Chan Zuckerberg. But then you got the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I wonder what kind of community is. Is that where they share cookies and, recipes? No. It's a community that was created for the detriment of mankind. And Silicon Valley has got Mr. Peter Thiel. Oh, yes, good old Peter. Good old Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen, the one that created PayPal. And then also, think about this. Elon Musk is part of Silicon Valley. They're all part of that little fund. We want to contribute. Get this. We all want to contribute, but we don't want to put our name. How do you do that? You create the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. And then Mr. Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, is Peter Thiel part of the Silicon Valley? Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Who else is part of Silicon Valley? All those ones that are involved with Microsoft. In his cabinet, remember, there are people that used to work for Microsoft. Oh, yes. There are people that used to work for Microsoft, ladies and gentlemen, and used to work for Billy Boy Gates. I don't you worry, I'm going to show you. But Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen, remember who gave money to someone's campaign? Can anyone in the chat tell me, in part of Palantir Technology, lovely, didn't Peter Thiel give money to Mr. Vance? Yes, he did. Oh, don't you worry. Yes, he bloody did. I showed you that in the video. So therefore, Peter Thiel is supposed to be on the right, isn't he? I thought it's only the left. I thought it's only the radical left. No. Silicon Valley also has people on the right as well. And they're all contributing to that fund, to that Silicon Valley community. Lovely, isn't it? How do you hide your information? Create a little fund, little thing, community thing, and then pop the money in there. That way, as Q says, they've got it all. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump has got it all. And they're about to go down. All of them. Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen, he's the one that gave Vance millions and millions of dollars for his campaign. That's the reality. Peter Thiel, ladies and gentlemen, American entrepreneur, venture capitalist, a co-founder of PayPal. Silicon Valley. All of a sudden he's talking about the Antichrist, isn't he? No. He's batting for the Antichrist. He's talking about Armageddon. Yeah, okay. We had that in September the 23rd. We're supposed to have the rapture. What happened? Nothing. Billionaire Peter Thiel is warning about the Antichrist. Give me a break. Are you kidding me right now? Inside tech billionaire Peter Thiel's off-the-record lectures about the Antichrist. Yeah. You're probably working for the Antichrist. Just like Elon Musk. That wants to put a chip in your brain, basically, and then put you on a subscription fee. How's that one grab you? Would you like to be on a, what do you call it, Neuralink? You know, let's go on the Neuralink. Get that thing in you. It won't cost a lot of money. But then you'll be running, if you don't pay, say, for example, a certain tier, you'll be walking around advertisement and you'll be getting monetized. How does that grab you? You want to make money? They'll put a Neuralink chip in your brain, and then you can go around walking around the place and advertising whatever they want you to advertise, and you're being monetized. How does that grab you? And in order to switch off your ads, you've got to pay money. And in order for you to be able to function, you've got to pay money again. Because that's exactly what they had installed for us, ladies and gentlemen. And you got to thank President Trump for putting an end to that debauchery right there. What Silicon Valley had installed, no, it wasn't good for anybody. Let's just call it that. And this whole thing about President Trump being in bed with Gates, Musk. I've always said about Musk, don't even sit there and celebrate like these other idiots out there. They were celebrating about Musk. No, don't celebrate about Musk. Don't celebrate about Peter Thiel. Don't celebrate of any of these Silicon Valley goons, okay, because they had it in for us. And you've seen how the money all ties back to there. President Trump is a genius. He's exposing these cast of characters. Oh, don't you worry. He's exposing them all. And by him having them there, 33 exactly, on the dinner table, do you see how comms work? 5 of 5 comms are clear, President Trump. We know what you're getting at. We know that you're telling us that these people are in the same club together. They're all about deception, satanic ideology, and you're going to take them down. Thank God for you, President Trump. Thank God. That's all I've got to say. And remember, he's got to play this game to the very end. It has to be done, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are other networks are involved. Let's continue on.
The Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network.
Neville Roy Singham. Who is he? Well, let me tell you who Neville Roy is. Number one, that's him right there. Number two, you've all heard of Code Pink. He's the one that heads it. Oh, he's the one that's put money there. Code Pink. You know the ones that go around causing all those troubles? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. He, funding since 2017, more than $1.4 million. This is one of his little ventures. How they all connect up. Code Pink donations, about 25% of funding. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Connected to Neville Roy Singham. Do you see what I mean? So what they've been trying to do is basically topple, create insurrection, problems for Trump in many ways, shapes and forms. Now, and what they're doing is exposing him. And the foreign cash, oh yes, there's plenty of foreign cash. Remember those other little funds up the top there? The millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they called it something else. You know, those are the foreign cash funds. So, for example, you know, you've got these entities, Fidelity Investment Charity Gift Fund. So, who the hell are they? Where do they come from? So, there are foreign cash that's been pumped in there. Now, think about the foreign cash, what he's referring to. Triple Plus. Triple Plus. Who's Triple Plus? Sword, House of Sword. Plus, Rothschilds. And if you want to think about it from this perspective as well, have a look at what AIPAC do. AIPAC fund both sides of the coin, left and right, right and left. Do you see what it means? So basically, Chuck Schumer's got millions of dollars from AIPAC. And on the other side, you've got, you know, the other cast of characters, like, you know, they're on the right-hand side, like, you know, Michael Johnson. And he's funded under $1 million, you know what I mean, by AIPAC, because it's the illusion. Left and right, right and left, they all work for the same beast. That's how it is. The treachery runs deep, my fellow family here. All right, you get what I'm saying.
Foreign cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country.
There you go, not citizens. So you've got foreign entities that are funding all this debauchery.
Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of...
Like I just showed you. He said about Hans-Jörg Wyss, the one I just showed you before. This guy right here. This is who he's talking about. The one that has been obviously giving a significant portion of his wealth, okay, and he's been involved in political donations.
Switzerland, they're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. Like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division.
So it's got a well-funded legal division. Think about it. The Soros DAs out there, the attorneys, the ones that go out there, the safe zones, you know the safe zones? How they got their safe zones out there? Oh, yes. They go to their safe zones, like in Portland, Oregon, and basically they're let off. Because who's been greased up? They're all been greased up. The mayor, the governor, all of them have been greased up. And they're all well funded. And who's doing the funding? Those cast of characters are, ladies and gentlemen, the ones that President Trump talks about that are sitting on his table.
To get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists.
There you go. So basically, he's exposing where the money is going. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you've been seeing also the various entities involved,
etc., is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So this.
So basically, from the billionaire class, from that funding that comes from these billionaires, and also from the taxpayer. So from these various, shall we say, you know, the US aid, they set up all these different slush funds. President Trump is destroying it all for a reason. You got to get rid of the money. You got to cut the supply off. That's how you're going to get to it.
Money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which...
There you go. So these gun clubs as well, they fund these rifle clubs, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this. The Socialist, look at this. This one that he's speaking about, the Socialist Rifle Association, that's one of them, that basically are about the Socialist Rifle Association opposes in their strongest terms the stripping away of gun rights for our trans comrades. So they're going against what President Trump is saying, right? Remember, this is citing all the recent shootings in Minneapolis. And then there's the gun club of Elm Fork, right? So you got here John Brown, the club right here. It's called this one here. This is the one he's speaking about, Redneck Revolt. So these are, there we go, under the guise anti-fascist, and basically they're receiving funding. Oh, look, it's really screwed. It really is screwed, right? And they are there to incite and create violence, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're there for. And they've been funded.
The John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So,
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
There you go. If you know the names, I've just shown you all the names. Give them to Cash and Pam. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we'll see what Pamela's going to do about it, because Pamela is involved in the filth, right? And obviously, he's saying it, okay, do you know who they are? Give it to them. Now, think about this. He's handballing it across to them for a reason. He's going to see what they're going to do. And it's all been done by design to expose these cast of characters. He's genius.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, that's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax.
Network.
Fox and Newsmax, ladies and gentlemen, are pro-Israel. Very pro-Israel. So basically what they're going for is the MSNBC and CNN, but Fox and Newsmax are bought and sold.
MSNBC for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. They're
CNN, probably close, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way, yeah. MSNBC, that's Brian Roberts.
Yeah,
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not
What
really a
about
news
others?
site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick.
I feel fine, but it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
No, it's
multiple
working in
factors.
conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. Yeah, no, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's...
Because the media are involved, ladies and gentlemen. The media are involved in this all. Remember, I just showed you the connections.
On Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on.
So he's going to designate them as a domestic terrorist. That's what he's going to do. But then he turns around to Marco Rubio and he says, we've got to do it as also a foreign.
And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what they do as well is they use their money. Now think about this. So they use their money to pay homeless people. Now think about this. Homeless people, dependent on drugs, alcohol, all that. Very easy to manipulate. And what they're doing is they're pumping money from also the government. So the government, remember the government are pumping money into homeless projects, projects to do with the homeless. Where is that money going to? Helping the homeless? It's actually going to them to be able to be the Antifa. Do you know what I mean? To be able to do Antifa's stuff. To do the insurrection. Let me explain to you something. Here in Australia, when we were locked down, we had Black Lives Matter and all these other, like Antifa, sort of cast of characters here. And they all came from the home commissions. So the homeless and the homes commission. They went after them and they paid them big money. Who are the ones involved? That's why he says there is foreign governments involved, ladies and gentlemen, in this. Just like here in Australia. They actually gave money to the people that were homeless here in Australia. They gave money to those in the housing commissions, which is like the ghetto, or what do you want to call it? Where the people are on low, if hardly any income. And along they come and they pump money so they can go and cause problems. Just like what they did back here, in the day of COVID and all these other things, they did exactly the same thing. They went out there, Black Lives Matter, went out in the streets while police, the disgrace that they are, went down on their knees. While Black Lives Matter, the goons went on their knees. And when we went out there and protested on the streets, they were shooting rubber bullets, hitting us with batons, tear gas, full riot squad. When they were out in the streets, they were on their knees. They were praising Black Lives Matter. This all needs to come out. This all needs to come out, ladies and gentlemen, because they use the weak-minded, the ones that need drugs, rely on alcohol, the homeless. They took advantage of them with money. Have a listen to what he says.
A report from a Capital Research Center here in D.C. in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you...
There you go. The homeless people. So the money, you think about it. Who's been funding Antifa? The taxpayer has, ladies and gentlemen. That's the harsh reality right there. The taxpayer has been funding it all. That's why President Trump said about the homeless, about, doing what he did with the homeless. It was done by design. It all should make perfect sense. President Trump has been stripping down Antifa, taking down all these, basically the corruption, the filth, the career criminals, as he calls it. The treachery runs very, very deep. Very deep, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very deep. It's really heavy. You think Soros funded Antifa? Q tells us. 489. Scam, ladies and gentlemen, scam. The US taxpayer is funding the very people who engaged in taking down. That's what you got to think about. Slush funds everywhere. Like what that man's saying about the homeless fund. How they're using the homeless. They're using them as muscle. Because they think about they need the money to go and buy their drugs, their alcohol. Manipulating the weak-minded. Think George Soros pays for Antifa out of his own pocket? The hole is deep. Feel sick, Q. You should be feeling sick. You should be feeling disgusted. We all should be. Because I'll never forget it. And neither should all of you.
An example, there's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. You put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run.
There you go. President Trump put his executive order to get rid of homelessness. Now think about this. Why? Now it all makes perfect sense. He had to cut that money stream off. He had to stop, remember all these entities to stop the money from basically influencing the homeless to go and be the muscle for Antifa, to cut off the various slush funds, to use Doge, to expose it all, to get rid of the corruption. Now think about this. The genius. I'm going to blow your minds now. The shutdown. Done by design. The shutdown, it all makes perfect sense. Schumer's shutdown. done by design, done by the master strategist himself, President Trump. Remember what he said, the shutdown, we're getting rid of all those to do with those programs, all those people, all those slush funds. He's getting rid of it. He's using the Schumer shutdown, ladies and gentlemen, the genius of this man, to eliminate all of those various slush funds that have been funding the insurrections of Antifa and all the rest of the filth. What a genius, President Trump, you are. Honest to God, I take my hat off to you. You're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. Executive orders, genius. Schumer shutdown, genius. Remember what he said? I found the money to pay off the military tariffs. Genius. That man knows what he's doing. This Schumer shutdown, ladies and gentlemen, was planned by President Trump. It had to happen so he can take down organically all those things so they can cut off all the funding. It all makes perfect sense.
You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far-left activists. And
what they see, for instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying and CNN is dying.
Yeah, they're dying, all right, because remember, they're the ones that have been working together with all these organizations and committing, shall we say, a coup d'etat together with all, look at that, Silicon Valley. All these cast of characters are all involved in this. Oh, don't you worry, heads are going to roll. You could see, ladies and gentlemen, how it's all heading up. In which direction?
Like a dog.
And
poor CNN, they're so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors in the evening? That nobody ever heard of them. Where did these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. They'd do a better job.
Now think about this. People saying, we hope we get the money back. Well, hold on a minute. What is money? Monies are zeros and ones, ladies and gentlemen. They are created out of thin air. What gives money value, as I explained with the show we did yesterday with the Real Nasara show with D, is our sweat equity. That's what gives it value. So people are saying that money can be made, well, money's been made out of thin air. People are saying, can we get our money back? Well, money can be generated out of thin air like it has been. It's the sweat equity that gives it value.
My question is this, in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally can occur in their city.
Did you hear about that, ladies and gentlemen? So I thought Governor Abbott is running the show over there, and they're going to waive a fee of $120,000 to allow the No King rally, anti-Trump rally, to roll in without paying a fee.
Bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure...
So the thing is, people think it's only happening on the left. It's on the right too. Look at that. Left, right, right, left. There you go.
That their tax dollars don't fund a No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up.
The best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love.
Did you hear what he just said? They're all loving you. They can't breathe. What is he referring to, ladies and gentlemen? What was the thing that they said? Which group? BLM. Who was the one that says can't breathe? George Floyd. Do you see the 5 of 5 comms are clear?
so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative, then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections.
So 2020 was done by design to show, remember, we needed that to happen. President Trump wanted to avoid civil war at all costs. That's why they had to do what they had to do. He says, I was the 45th, 46, 47. 46, we know he was basically, that's why he gives us the 19 comms. 19 comms, we go to Rutherford Hayes, 19th president. What's the similarity? Both were sworn in secrecy, just like President Trump. So realistically speaking, he says also, the one that controlled the auto pen was the real president. He's talking about himself. But remember, we needed that 4 years so that people can organically appreciate what President Trump was doing.
If you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country.
Well, think about this. Borders. Who was the one? Open borders. Soros. Soros with his voting machines. Soros is using the illegal immigrants to, remember, they're all corrupt, but he was using the illegal immigrants like pawns to go and flood in America and basically using his machines. Remember, the end game wasn't looking good for America. America falls, so does the rest of the world. His culmination, Soros's culmination, was to destroy America. So he talked about borders, Soros. He talked about elections, Soros again. So we've got a 5 of 5, comms are clear. And the media, ladies and gentlemen, Soros as well. Soros had connections to the media.
Wait. You need borders.
Soros.
You need honest media. You need.
Well, we know
honest
Soros is involved in
elections,
that.
and you have a great country. I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was. It's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that. Pam.
That's very interesting since Governor Abbott is running Texas.
Todd? That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck.
Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East.
Rightio. So how was that, guys? A lot of amazing reveals, the treachery that I exposed, the money, where the money's coming from, who are the players involved. Now do you get a full appreciation of what President Trump is doing, how he's exposing all these entities. People were saying all these nasty things about President Trump. Oh, why is he hanging around with Bill Gates? Why is he hanging around with Mark Zuckerberg? He must be in the club. And I've shown you using the facts, evidence, and receipts, empowering you once again with the truth that you only get here with Master Decoder FCB here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. You only get it here. So I would like everyone to now be in the attitude of gratitude. Number one, let's be in the attitude of gratitude to President Trump, to really fully appreciate and respect what that man is doing. Today, ladies and gentlemen, he would have given you, shall we say, what you needed to know, the truth. We all need to know the truth. We all need to know what President Trump is doing. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, what he's doing, friends close, enemies closer, he's exposing them. And the way he's doing it is systematically done by design. Also, it's very important to realize the way the system of deception has been created. People need to realize it's not about the left and the right and the left. They all serve the same master, the same beast. I've proven that without a shadow of a doubt, basing the facts, evidence, and receipts. I've been bringing it out there over and over and over and over again. Now, as I said, I could show you all these things, but it's entirely up to you what you take from it. If you want to continue believing the fear porn, go right ahead. But we're moving forward. The next Decoders Den will be on pharmacia, pharmaceuticals, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you have been jumping up and down. FCB, what about President Trump? He took the COVID shots. Yeah, okay. I told you he's a master strategist. Don't believe what you read, as Q says. Not everything is going to be clean. You know, Q Drop 833 says we are in mind warfare. You would have seen all these things that are happening right now, all these weird things. That's to show you who's really in control. President Trump has always been in control. And he's always steps ahead. Always steps ahead. And you could see that we are heading closer and closer to the end game. And we need to be in the attitude of gratitude. Number one, thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this all around the place. Let's get the message out there far and wide. Now, as I said, this was very, very important, this decode, because people really got to get what's really going on to fully appreciate what President Trump, the master strategist, the way he operates and what he's doing. There's a reason and a rhyme for everything. Nothing happens by coincidence. Dark to light. Knowledge is power. I'm giving you the knowledge and you are feeling empowered. I'm an empowerer. I'm not an influencer, ladies and gentlemen. I empower people with the truth. And the only way you're going to do that is with the real facts, evidence, and receipts. I want to say thank you to Carol and Soren. They've been awesome. I want to say thank you to all of you for your support, your unwavering support. Please, if you like, I want to say thank you to those that have contributed, donated. Okay, we basically, at this side of the equation, we got to keep the lights going. We're not getting enough funds, ladies and gentlemen, to be quite honest, and I'm going to have to cut corners again. Okay, if you would like to donate, you can donate right there, okay, to the Linktree/FCB Collective. You can donate, contribute, a shot of coffee, whatever. You can also buy and support us with purchasing a T-shirt, that sort of thing. Okay, I don't put anything behind a paywall. I don't have any sponsors. I'm not tied down to anyone. As I said, you know, monetization, I'll get jack shit, to be quite honest. Rumble's just pitiful. In fact, they enabled fraud and they basically pay the fraudsters millions of dollars. And yet, someone like me that's trying to bring out the truth is getting pittance. I wouldn't be asking people for donations if I was getting enough from Rumble to be able to sustain this whole thing. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. And I don't like asking for money, but this is the case. Things need to operate. Things need to be paid for. And if you can help, you can help. If you can't, I get it. We're all doing it hard. So anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning into the Freedom Channel broadcast with yours truly, FCB. Until next time, God bless you all.
No, we're going to get into Jassar and Sarah, but even Charlie Ward said when
They slide through shadows, whisper thin, with twisted smiles and plastic skin. They reel you in with poison words, promising diamonds, selling dirt. Their eyes are hollow, reflections lost, built on deceit, no matter the cost. They play the fool, they play the friend, but you're just another means to an end. Grifters and con men lurking in the night, masters of darkness hiding in plain sight. They'll take your soul and leave you bare. Grifters and con men, they don't care. Get up! Get up! Hands reaching cold as steel. Trade your truth for a crooked deal. They'll make you laugh, make you trust, till everything precious turns to rust. They wear your secrets like a crown, smiling wide as they track you down. 1,000 lies, a practiced grin. They steal your heart, then they slip right in. Grifters and con men spinning their lies, a silver tongue, the devil's disguise. They'll leave you empty, no place to stand. Grifters and con men, blood on their hands. They haunt the alleys, the backroom bars, cashing in dreams, leaving scars. No remorse, no second thought, just the thrill of what they've caught. Grifters and con men, lasters of sin, with hollowed hearts and empty grins. They'll strip your soul and leave it bare. Grifters and con men, they don't care. In every city, in every town, they weave their webs, they wear their crowns. Forever drifting shadows on the run. Grifters and con men, never done.